Hello everyone. How are we doing today? Hopefully good, more Last Epoch. I am Merc Serene. We're gonna continue our mage build, see what all this timey-wimey stuff is about, and hopefully do some cool things. Bomber, Astro, I see you here, What do you guys think about, well, I guess it's that way. Metal Merc throwing out some stream stats. Is that kind of interesting information? Or what do we think about it? Went from fast music to slow. And now, fast again. You know, I really do like the Lunar Lux music. It's quite fun. Something. Alright. Let's go ahead and hit this play online button, get our character going, jump into the main scene. Whoop! Look at our current helmet. We can't see! Great. You like the stats? I feel like you were a little hesitant on the stats before. I think it's just a fun little additional thing we can do. Okay, hold on. We're here, but this is not where we left off. We were out in the field, but we had just found a teleport out there, so we'll find that again. We may as well sell our junk, although it might not all be junk. Some of it might be good. We will see if the loot filter is doing anything different today now that we've had a full restart of the game. And we'll continue with the story. Now, Astro, if you're here, what's the game like once you beat the main story? Because if we think back to Diablo, doesn't matter which Diablo, well, no, it kind of does. If we think back to Diablo 3, let's talk about 3, because that's the one I have the most time in. The story is something that is just, at the end of the day, not that important. And in fact, leveling up a new character is all about how fast you can get towards the end game. Is the end game in this like a really fun sort of progression thing? I know Path of Exile has things that they call maps. Does this have some kind of random map generating thing? In Diablo 3, you could do the rifts, the challenge rifts, and whatnot. In 4, you could just kind of farm the map, which was a little different than this too. Because so far this has been go here, essentially run through a single pathway. There have been some larger maps, but they're not super large either. And so it's not that I'm disliking the game. I'm liking the game quite a bit actually, but I am wondering what end game is going to feel like. The main end game has monoliths, arena, and dungeons. Okay. For some reason, this dude over here is blinking at us.
Greetings.
Because we have a quest here. What do you know about time rifts? Why, from the story you told Elder Gaspar, I should be the one asking you. But yes, I will indulge you. Throughout the history of Atera, there has been the rare tale of strange portals or travelers claiming to be from another time, often in events involving the shards of the Epoch. Your story of passing through multiple on the same day is quite bizarre. Have there been any tales of time rifts in the precipice? What? Of course not. Do not tell me you encountered one. Gods, between the void finally finding last refuge and multiple rifts in time appearing here, this indeed seems to be the end of the world. Yet, these rifts may be our salvation. Search for more of these rifts. If we can learn more about them, we may find a way to use these rifts. I'll keep an eye out. Quest! She said it may as well be the end of time. You would be wrong. The end of time is here. It's so weird that we can view this stuff ahead of time. Monoliths are kind of like a cross between rifts and greater rifts with a little bit of story added. Okay, I'm down. Down.
Do not dwell on regrets.
I also assume, right, the very first time you play the game, it's going to take you longer to get through the story. But is this a game where you could create a new character and get through the story and get to that end game stuff in a day if you know what you're doing, or not? Because, like, with Path of Exile, you're not doing that in a day. It's just not happening. In Diablo 3, specifically, I guess, because, again, I've played it the most, yes, I could get through that stuff in a day. And actually, what was great about Diablo 3 is at the... I don't know. I don't remember when they introduced it, right? When they came out with the big update, they ended up having some new features and whatnot, and the game changed a little bit more, and I feel like the game changed a little bit more, and at some point, you could do adventure mode, and you could do adventure mode right from the get-go on a fresh new character, and that meant you didn't have to do the story. And you could kind of go off and do any of the things you could normally do in endgame, but you're also leveling. So that was great. Open my map and find the red map marker. Like this? Like Lightless Arbor? Oh, that's a dungeon. That's a dungeon. Okay. Okay. Cool. We're supposed to search for other time rifts, and we're supposed to find the armory, and we're supposed to sell stuff. The wrong button. Gone. Let's see. We got a ring. Poison? Spell damage? You know, 19% increased spell damage is not too bad, right? Let's hold up a second here. Our normal spell is 840, and if I equip that over this one, this is just mana regen. 851, so it's a little bit better. Yeah.
Yes.
Good swap. Good swap. Sell the old one. Sell that. Sell that. Store all the things. Sell the strength ring, and now this might be ours has 20% increased fire damage. Does have 30 mana on it, but no. Gone. So the red paths are alternate leveling paths that allow you to skip sections of the story. You need a key to run one, but you can find a key on one, and when you're strong enough, you can skip ahead with that. Huh. I mean, I feel like for our first playthrough, I don't want to skip story, right? But
Gods be with you. Stay
that
safe.
is an interesting thing to see.
Students were corrupted.
I've already talked about all of that. Oh, you find a key on an alt. Okay. I see. So on a character that I've already gone through the story with, I can find a key, I can throw it in the chest, and then my next character can pull it out of the chest, I guess, and use it. Makes sense? Makes sense. So what happened? The last thing we did was we ended up going to the ancient cavern, and then we ventured through, and then we came back out in the ruined era. But where were we? That's the real question. The precipice? Is that where we were? We can go there and find out. I think. I'm wearing my awesome Zelda shirt that you can't see on stream. Because it's green. Why, yes, this is where we were. So we've got options, right? We could come back here and explore on the other side. I don't know what else is over there, but let's just check it out real quick. What if it goes down and there's just like a boss with some loot? We didn't really check. It wouldn't be the first time that there was like a dead-end path with loot on it. We'll look real quick. Typically, a new character, you'll finish the first section of the story, the part that I'm currently on, and then either run a dungeon, or if you've got really good gear, you can skip straight ahead to the monoliths. Oh, okay. A Magma Gorn! A dead Gorn. Like that. Okay, that was it. There was an enemy at the end. Just like we suspected. And so then you can finish the first section in about an hour or so. Okay. Okay. There's a path down there. Can I use my teleport to get down there? No. Of course not. Of course, of course. These things are weird. Conduit's archive wand. Garbage. So, Astro, since you've played multiple characters now, what has been your favorite class so far? And then I'm gonna have to ask the follow-up question of why? With only having played one character, this one, for myself, I don't have any sort of concept of what the others are gonna feel like or anything. Double up! Ooh, I want to read that one. Okay, I'll pick it up. Okay, it's quite funny, Bomber. But you had my hopes up for a really, really great idea. Bomber says they had a really great idea for the 1 year affiliate stream, the anniversary stream. I could do a face reveal. If I did a face reveal, I feel like that would be terrifying. I'd have to like remove this mask that you're seeing right now, and that would be bad. You think the Sentinel Warpath for the Whirlwind build's your favorite so far? Okay. Okay. All of these guards should really stay as close to me as possible. Because I could just be spinning in circles with a laser beam coming out. I wonder if they can die. I mean, so far, I don't think they have. Whoa! The Void Fused Forge. They're totally dead. Okay, now, had they been smart, they would have just run away. Cold damage, meh. What do we got? We've got shards, we'll pick up those things. A shield, meh. Ritual Stake of Blinding. It has increased lightning damage and cold damage, and a freeze rate multiplier. I'll pick it up. Who knows? Who knows? What else we got? A ring. I'll pick that up. It's probably garbage. I'll pick it up. Sorry for getting your hopes up. Yeah. It was quite funny. It was. By the way, if anyone's interested at all, right? in looking through clips from the channel and picking out some of their favorites, link them my way, and I'd appreciate that quite a bit. For no reason. Kapow! Crafting! Wait. Is this a forge box? Which is the same thing we can do for any time with our F key. A note on that ritual stake, adds spell void damage. Plus 13 spell void damage. Okay.
Etera's grace be with you.
Captain Ansel sent you. Thank Itera. It's too late for most of us, but Manus, the quartermaster, is still somewhere in the armory. Please find him, and he'll help get supplies back to the captain. Sure. Got anything else for me to
Etera's
say?
grace be with you.
Nah.
Take care of yourself.
I mean, I feel like they're trying to tell you you should really be doing the forge, but we don't have anything to do here, right? Is that because... What? I guess, why did I feel like that? I felt like that because the last time we had really looked at the forge, I had never put any materials in my crafting materials section, which meant we didn't have anything to use here. Okay, so let's actually peek at this real quick now. I could put increased fire damage on our weapon right now. It costs 500 gold. It costs one of our shards, and I just may have kicked my light. Put rare and magic items in it. In here, hold on. So this is a... Right, because you said legendary stuff acts differently. So... oh, geez, what am I even really looking at the moment? I'm looking at... This thing has lightning damage and cold damage as prefixes. Right, we can see that. So now it's showing us lightning and cold damage here. And then the suffixes are blind and freeze ray. Okay, perfect. I can't click on these. What does this do? Glyph of chaos, glyph of hope. Okay, I don't want to use those. Use a modifier item. What does this thing do? Oh, this would be how we shatter it, I guess. What does this thing do? Aha. Okay. T1, right? The affixed here. If you have shards for that, it would give you an arrow that allows you to upgrade. I see. So because we don't have any lightning damage shards, we can't increase it, which makes sense. I'm assuming though, right? So like I have a fire damage shard as a prefix item, but because these are different items, stuff works differently. But I see that I can add, it looks like, fire damage. Let me just click this. I assume it doesn't actually use it until I hit a button. Oh, look, on this weapon, it doesn't have prefixes or suffixes. Forge potential is 0 on this. Which we don't know what that means. I'm definitely not going to use it on this weapon. Not yet. I don't want to break anything. This is 17, which makes it sound like it has 17 forges available. So if we had 17 of these lightning damages, I could plop them all on there. That's what I'm guessing at the moment. Does the game have a fairly decent forge explanation, or was that kind of it? You should use the forge. I mean, I don't mind. Like, I legit do not mind experimenting and seeing how things work. It just comes down to I do not want to mess up my legendary, and so I'm inclined to just hold off for a little bit. Hit that switch. Once you start putting items you can actually craft, it becomes way more simple. Okay. Pyromancer's Staff of Conflagration. Gloves of Deflection. Your legendary can only be upgraded after a specific dungeon, and you need epic items to forge into it. Okay, I mean that makes sense. That's a frequent sort of concept, right? Using legendary quality to modify your legend. Okay, I like it. Oh, +2 attunement. I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna pick it up for now. Ba-bum. There are so many drops that I'm not going to be picking up. And at the moment, I still don't fully know what we're looking for or not looking for. So I'm gonna be pausing to look at things on a somewhat frequent basis. Trying to figure out which way I think is the correct path. I think it's down. Instead, we go up. These enemies are cool looking. Every time we see a shield and it's like, something of embers, I'm always like, fire damage. And it's not. It's not. It never is. Kapow! What's it called? The volcanic orb is quite good. Is it not? Is it not? Fools. Shards. I like shards. We'll pick up every shard we see. I really like that they give you this ability too. That transfer material is just super good. It does, again, I go back to that question of how come they just don't put it immediately in your crafting material section, but we'll forgive them for that. Oh, good call, good call. I've got points to spend, turns out. That one. And, that one. Thank you, thank you. I've got passives to spend now too, because we leveled. Did we want any of these? I feel like crit is always good. But before we do crit, I'm kind of thinking like, I really like this. This is a guaranteed damage buff every 3 seconds. Hold on, before I spend that point, let's actually look, what is our current critical strike chance? So it's kind of behind my head, but it's this, it's 5%. Our critical strike chance is only 5%, and our spell critical is 5%. I didn't know that there was a difference between... What? Chance to deal a critical strike with hits that do not have any skill-specific crit modifier. Base is 5%. This one is, I guess, it has the same description, but it's spell crit, melee crit, and then bow crit. They actually call them out separately, which makes me feel like this is probably all of them, right? Increased critical strike chance. It's probably for everything? It more than doubles our current crit rate, so I am feeling like we might take this. I've done it, and now we'll look at our crit rates again. We've also just learned Focus. Hold ability key to channel. While channeling, you have a 100% increased mana regen and gain 10 ward per second. After channeling for exactly 1 second, you gain a burst of 40 mana and ward. Okay, that's a neat ability. I don't think we need it right now, but maybe later. So now if I come back in here, I see all of my crits are still at 5%. So... Oh, wait. So there's critical strike chance, but then there's critical strike multiplier. That's currently at 203%, and I don't know what that was before. So maybe that changed? I don't know. It's not a flat 7% bonus, but a 7% bonus. So it was 7% of our 5%, which didn't equal a full 1%, I think is what we're saying, which is terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
Fools. Fools.
Fools. We found a person.
Gods.
It's the quartermaster. You managed to fight them off. Ansel sent you. Thank Etera. I don't know how much longer I could have lasted. Quick, let's get back to the council chambers. Goodbye. Let me blow up all your stuff.
Terra watch over you.
Yeah, look at all the stuff they had here. I think that was a unique enemy or something, and he just obliterated. Which we love. The spreading fire is just amazing, right? It's just one hit and then everything else dies when it actually procs. Pretty sweet. And 7% of 5% is something like 0.0035%. Yeah, probably. It's a absolutely small number that I never would have considered had I thought about it that way. Yep. Worth 22 gold? I don't know. Oh boy. I see a nice, bright, shiny orange glow. And I didn't let anyone even read it. What did we get? Tongue of the Aberrant Seer. Unique Jade Ring. 38% chance to poison on spell hit. +1 to poison spells. We don't have poison spells. +3 to all attributes. That's not bad. 13% of damage reflected. and 35% increased poison damage. If we were using poison, this would be amazing. Now, it does say chance to poison on spell hit, so we might be able to get poison on our fire anyways. But it's probably not, like, amazing damage or anything, right? Is there a button that I can push? Typically, in, like, Diablo, if I'm remembering correctly, it's like Control or Alt. Because right now we're viewing this ring. But what if I wanted to view the comparison of the silver ring of frost? Right? I'm not seeing a way to do so. There's probably a way. Tab. No. Caps lock. No. You feel like there should be, but you haven't found it. Yeah, that feels like something that should have existed. Yeah. I don't... No, it probably is still worth putting on, right? So, if we just compare it with this one, this is giving me 1 intelligence, but the other one's giving me +3. 2 intelligence and +3 to everything else, I believe, right? We do lose that mana regen, and we lose the health regen, but we may gain some poison damage off of it. I want to save that too, so like, put it over there so I don't forget about it. And if I double check here, we should see, yeah, everything's now at 3. Oh, an attunement. Hold on, we can read this. Each point of attunement grants 2 mana and improves skills that rely on the innate magic inside you and your surroundings. Whereas intelligence, each point of intelligence grants 4% ward retention and improves skills that rely on carefully studied magic. Okay, I do not know what the difference is between these just yet, but we'll find out. The weird sound I heard after we came in. Sounded like something else teleported in with us. Do you think he's okay? I have a feeling he's not okay. This feels like a boss fight. Hold on, let me like see if I can zoom in on him a little bit here. Oh, too far. So is he corrupted now, or is he just trapped? I don't know.
Stay back.
It is Elder Panion, which is what I was expecting. What are you doing? Leave me! Run! I can feel myself changing! Elder Panion's body starts to twist and distort in front of you. Oh no! Don't ever go full Resident Evil!
Accept nothingness.
The husk of Elder Panion. He's definitely like early tutorial boss, right? He doesn't have too many crazy effects going on here or anything. He did! We win!
It pains me to see an elder twisted like this. What
Does
a
it?
waste.
What's there? Increased spell damage? Tier 2? Maybe. I don't know. Spell damage, another tier 2. If I took one, I may as well take them both, right? Nothing back here. Nothing back here. Before you lies the shard that Elder Panion had held. It seems to drive the void away, despite being unable to protect the man himself. The shard you hold resonates in its presence, as though drawn to the one before you. Game over, right? We combine the shards and we fix everything and that's it. Short game, okay. Definitely not. Where are we going now? We have a return quest, by the way. Oh, enter the time rift and unlock your mastery. Silly Panion, stop being evil. Yeah. Was not a good idea for him to do that. All right, let's walk around real quick. We are in the end of time. Looks like there are people at the end of time.
What brings you here?
Although this guy doesn't have a face, so... Knock, knock. Who's there? Nana. Nana who? Nana your business, that's who. Okay.
May Etera guide
Hey there,
your
want to try your
travels.
luck?
How is this guy here? Hey there, fancy seeing you here. It looks like we're both lucky, eh? Speaking of, being in a nexus of temporal possibilities turns out to be a great way to get some new wares. Care to take a look? We'll quickly take a look. Why is that so big? Purchasing this item will reveal its rarity and magical properties. Cannot be a unique or set item. It's so big. Why is the item yelling at me? I can't even like view its base stats when it's up that far. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I don't want to buy anything. Oh, you took a look at the hide items under X level notes in the loot filter, and they're set to only be active at certain levels. So it was like level 14 items stopped showing up after level 20. That's great. That's such a smart way to do a filter. Whoa, check that thing out. Is it a dragon? Kinda like a dragon. Whoa. That was neat. Looks like there should be an armor person here, although they might be down below.
You've woken up.
Elder
That's
Gaspar.
good. I'm sure you have many questions.
I do. Like, how are you still here? I guess, so here's the thing. I thought that somehow the gambler guy got here in like a crazy way, but now that Elder Gaspar is here as well, nah, something else has happened. I thought this was gonna be like 1,000 years in the future or something, but maybe not, unless they also got a time rift to open up in their place. Who knows?
I see you've spoken with the armor-clad woman. She may be flippant, but she intends well.
Nope. We have sequence broke the story. I'm sorry. I don't know who you're talking about.
Your potential is infinite. Infinite in strength, yet at risk of drowning in a sea of other selves. Countless alternate versions of you have come and gone, only to drift away into nothingness. Some of them were strong, and their power can be absorbed, given a new home in you.
Countless alternate versions of you have come and gone. That is not a good sign. That means we make a real big muck of the time business, don't we? But the ability to absorb their power sounds kind of neat. Maybe he thinks you're future you. Maybe you're onto something. How do I harness their power?
I have been here for a long time. Long enough for time to lose meaning. For my original self to lose meaning.
Maybe he has been here a long time.
I have absorbed the faded selves of too many other Gaspars to count. In the process, I've become adept at guiding the shades that flow here.
I don't like this concept of random people absorbing their own shades. This feels weird. There can only be one! Cut off Gaspar's head!
If you allow me, I will guide a measure of your other selves to you. This will tie their lost fates to one which still holds hope. I warn you, your will must be absolute, or you will risk losing yourself to the storm of shades. Do you accept this risk?
Where's the no option?
Then close your eyes and focus on the potential you wish
I was
to
definitely
wield
supposed to talk to someone else
as
first.
I guide the shades to you.
Yes, no. Ah! Did that person who just screamed bomber get launched off a bridge into the bottomless void? Choose mastery. All right, we've already chosen, but let's read them anyways. Sorcerer, a master of the arcane who wields unprecedented power to devastate their foes from a distance. Passive bonus, plus 50 mana. Spells deal increased damage equal to their mana cost. Oh, that's kind of cool. Unlocks Meteor. Fall a meteor from the sky that deals a large amount of damage upon landing. I actually really like meteor builds. So this is actually super tempting. Spellblade, a mage who has mixed martial prowess and cunning with their mastery of spells to face enemies in close range. You gain ward on melee hit, that's cool. Mana spent on melee attacks is converted to ward, that's also cool. And you get Shatter Strike. Yeah, this seems neat. Not what I'm going for though. Or Rune Master, a savant of the art of runes, able to infuse magic into offensive and protective wards that devastate those who trespass them. Yeah, definitely. They also didn't know what their favorite color was. I know what mine is. That color. You can't see what it is, but it's that color. This one has 30% increased elemental damage, 10% increased cast speed with elemental spells. And we get Runic Invocation. Let me ask real quick, Astro, is there a way to change your mastery later, right? If you're 20 levels into your mastery and you're like, you know what, I'd really like to try out that other one, can you swap? Or is it, nope, you're locked in and you have to make a new character? You cannot change masteries, got it. Runic Invocation, passive. Whenever you directly use an elemental skill, gain 1 rune of the corresponding element. For channeled skills, you gain 1 rune per second instead. Alright, so our fire magic should be giving us runes. And then we have an activate ability. Consume all of your active runes to cast a unique invocation based on the combination and order of runes consumed. The last rune in the sequence determines the damage type. So, casting a fire skill grants a raw rune, lightning is gone, and cold is Heo. So, what I'm gathering though, alright, the last rune in the sequence is the damage type, so we can make it fire type. But above it says, cast a unique invocation based on the combination and order of runes consumed, which might mean that this thing can do all sorts of different stuff, right? What does the alt say? Oh, good call. The alt says intelligence scaling. 40% increased damage, 4% per point. Added damage applies at varying effectiveness and for invocations. But the more runes you have before casting an invocation, the more powerful they become, and the more mana they cost. Now let's go back to Meteor real quick. It's just 40% increased damage. Okay, 4% per point. On intelligence. I got it. It's probably the same for everything. Yeah, because it's the same intelligence scaling, it looks like. Okay. I was really thinking we're doing Rune Master. 100% Rune Master. However, our current playstyle and the fact that we're only using one type of element, fire, kind of makes me think maybe we should go Sorcerer instead. Let's actually look at this real quick. This is going to be important, right? We're going to get different abilities, and it looks like we get Runic Invocation or Meteor immediately upon taking the Mastery, which is great. But then we do get other abilities here too. Flame Rush, Frost Wall, Rune Bolt, and Glyph of Dominion. Place a lightning glyph on the ground that grows over time, deals lightning damage over time, and slows in its area. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool ability. It's kind of feeling to me like Rune Master, for the fact that it's talking about using different elements to gain different runes, and the different runes, when you have them in different combinations, they do things. It's really sounding like you should be using more than one type of element. Go back up and read through the sorcerer stuff. Static Orb, which is electric, lightning. Ice Barrage, which is cold. Arcane Ascendance, which is a buff. Toggle to prevent movement and drain 25 mana each second. Mana drain increases by 1 mana per second. All spells cost mana to cast, but you get increased 100% increased spell damage and 50% increased cast speed. So this is your I'm taking a stand, I'm not moving, and boom, big damage. That's an interesting concept. Also deals lightning damage over time to surrounding enemies. We've got Black Hole. Oh, and by the way, like, look at this. So Black Hole is currently cold, but it could be converted to fire, is what we're seeing. And Black Hole is a great ability too. Pull them all in so you can hit them with something big, like a meteor. The meteor is also just fire damage. Note, Disintegrate is currently Fire Lightning. Oh, it is currently Fire Lightning. How is it currently Fire Lightning? It just starts off as Fire Lightning. Beam deals fire and lightning damage. Okay. You know, there was a thing around somewhere else that I thought changed the element type over here. I could be mistaken on that. I thought there was a change element type. I'm not seeing it though. Not that we're specialized in this thing anyways. We can't increase anything on it. Not right now. Fus Ro Da for your Runic Invocation. Arcane Ascendant seems like a Palmer kind of skill. Take your battle station. Do not leave. Only one of us will leave this place alive. I am planting my feet now. Force me to leave. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Alright, I don't know. I still feel like, you know what? Just because we're doing the fire thing right now, and Meteor would be really cool, doesn't mean we have to do it. We can definitely do Rune Master, and if for whatever reason we get down the path and we're like, Rune Master's not for us, yeah, we'll just make a new character at another point.
You've woke. I see.
Blah, 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 blah. Yes, blah.
Close
Rune
your
Master.
eyes and focus
Choosing
on
a
the
mastery class is
potential
final
you wish to
and
win
cannot be
as
undone or
I
changed.
guide the shades to you.
Oh no, I picked the wrong one! Yes. Cool.
I see that you are still you.
We
that
are.
Strength will be necessary if our world, our reality, is to have any hope.
Your trials in the ruined era are not yet done. The epoch you hold is still incomplete. Return to last refuge. Return to the me from so long ago. He will guide you toward the last shard and the inevitable fate of your timeline. We will meet again. I'll return. Pass a point, experience. We need to go downstairs because we totally missed talking to at least one important person. They were over this way. Oh, they were probably this person right here.
Done with Gasper, I take it?
We've missed a whole bit of lore.
How did it feel? Their memories and dreams flowing into you, providing power that you might start to mistake as your own. Huh, don't dwell too much on it. Trust me.
Okay.
Stay safe.
Oh, yes?
Her name is Agony. She has a dress of blood, if will with the color. This is the Monolith of Fate. The Monolith of Fate? Beings beyond our understanding once used the Monolith of Fate to observe the countless alternate timelines that branch from our own. In reality's current state, it is now merely a graveyard of dead timelines consumed by the void. However, your Epoch may be the key to reviving these timelines as it holds power similar to the Monolith's creators. Reviving the timelines? Using the Epoch, you can navigate the echoes of dead timelines, giving them form and life again. Be wary though, the forces that destroyed these worlds would keep them in darkness and seek to snuff the light you bring. Beware the shades of Orobus. Shades of Orobus? They're reflections of Orobus and his torment. They slumber in the darkness of these dead timelines, waiting for signs of travelers like yourself, and ready to destroy them. Even if you were to survive an encounter with a shade, I would not rest easy. The shades are extensions of Orobus himself. Rousing their attention draws his gaze. You may find your travels in the Monolith more treacherous were that to happen. You think the big dragon thing is Orobus? Because it might be. Agony's a pretty name. Yep, if you say so. I'm not gonna touch this Monolith of Fate right now. Oh, is Orobus the other grand deity? Could be. Could be. I don't feel like we ever got the other deity's name.
Hello, traveler.
No.
Do not dwell on the regrets.
Okay, so this runic invocation needs to be on our bar, right? Can I put it on here? Is that a thing? Hold on. Yes, I can. So I've just removed our melee ability, and I think that's fine. Our melee ability also had a mana regen on it, but I think it's gonna be okay. At least we're gonna find out. We'll see how it goes. This is probably something we're gonna want to specialize in, right? It is our mastery, right? Our next one's at level 20, which is coming up, so maybe it gets put in there at level 20. I could put Fireball on that button too. It's true. I probably should, honestly. It's the thing I'm using the most. I don't know. I'm used to it. I'm used to it on W at the moment. Let's see. We got new abilities here. Increased fire damage. I like it. You deal increased fire and lightning damage. You gain ward when you use a lightning skill or a fire skill. The effect has a 7-second cooldown, but the cooldown is not shared between different elements, so you can gain a ward from a fire skill and a lightning skill within the same 7-second duration. Again, something that wants us to not specialize in a single element. Ice and fire. Sun and storms, ice and fire. So the ice and fire is cold damage and fire damage. So far, we only have fire and lightning, so it kind of makes sense to go this way. This, however, goes into arcane wind. Nearby enemies are chilled 2 per point. Or we go into silver rune. Augments the ward gain effects of reactive ward, which is this one, which we didn't take. And sun and storm nodes, causing them to grant more ward and have shorter cooldowns. Yeah. I think we will go this way. Definitely not doing that. Done. Done. We have another point. Done. I can also add passive to the other trees now. What does that mean? Or were you talking about this? Alright, we'll see how that thing works out. So we could just take the telepoint back to other Gaspar, but I think I'll take the portal thing that he opened. Left side, there's trees for each mastery. Oh boy. Oh, well, shoot. Then I sort of, maybe I didn't want to spend those points. I didn't realize that. Okay, so hold on. Can I put points in sorcery even though I didn't go sorcery? Is that a thing? Oh, I can. I have a feeling, but I can't go past this chain, if I had to guess. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Whenever you directly use 3 skills in a row that cost 0 mana, you gain a burst of mana and ward. Cool. You have additional health, and you take less damage from ignited, shocked, or chilled enemies. Well, that's great, because we ignite all of them. Increased spell damage. Just 7% increased spell damage. You deal more spell damage if you have more current ward than the target has remaining health. Ah, we don't have very much ward, but that could be really cool. Going super ward and then, like, blowing up them with additional spell damage because of that. That'd be neat. Alright, we'll look more into this once we get more passive points, I guess, because I foolishly spent them all. So, did the Gaspar in that time period open the rift to this time period?
Gods be with you.
Because if he did, why doesn't he just, like, leave where he is now? That seems like a terrible place. Like, how do they have any food there? That's what I want to know. By the gods, you made it back safely. With these supplies, we may be able to last just that much longer. Thank you. We are in your debt. You're welcome.
Stay safe.
Fools!
By
Exactly.
Eterra, you've done it. You've returned the shard. What about Panion?
Let's not talk about Panion.
I see.
What can we do now?
Even with both of our shards, this city is lost. Our only hope lies in the Temple of Eterra, where the last shard remains. By reforming the Epoch, you will be able to return to your time and take us with you, away from this ruin.
I mean, as good as that sounds, do we really want to muck the timeline up that much by bringing all these future people into the past? I don't know. That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
You are the only one who can help us.
I will find the last shard.
Thank you. There is an old passage to the surface. I will dispel the rune that keeps it sealed. The Temple of Eterra is far to the east.
Bah. I mean, the future is already pretty mucked. How much worse can they make it? That's true. That's real true. But what if? What if this time period here, the 1,000 and some years between the Divine Era and Ruined Era, what if those were pretty good? Right? What if 546 AG was just amazing, and then they screw it up? You know? What did those 546 AG people ever do to deserve that? We gotta sell some things real quick. Or break some things, or store some things, or whatever.
Yes?
Shop. Sell. And there's a huge part of me that feels like I am gonna hold on to fire damage and stuff. It feels to me like a major part of the game is gonna be breaking stuff down and then throwing it on other weapons. And so I may as well hold on to the stuff that I think we're gonna want to keep, or the stats that I think are gonna be good to keep. Tier 2 and Tier 1 might not be worth it, but I have inventory space right now, so I think I'll do it. And I'm gonna sell that ring. It's fine. Now, I see that there's like different buttons here. What does this one do? Nothing. That one? Nothing. Okay, if I wanted to add a new tab. Oh, I just can? Can I tell you, I was really feeling like, oh, this is gonna be like Path of Exile where they want me to buy more stash tabs. Okay, we can purchase it for in-game currency. Alright. I don't need to buy another tab yet. I don't. Can I get rid of this? Delete category. Sure. Back to general. So there's big, broad stash tabs and then sub-tabs underneath. So we can have a tab for each character if we want, or we can have a tab for certain different kinds of things, and then, I don't know. There's a lot of different ways we could configure stuff. Right-click on a stash tab to configure it, so we can do this, and then we can do colors, we can add things, we can give it titles. Different categories. Oh, the top thing. I got it. Fill that thing up.
Follow
for
your
now.
feet.
Quest?
May Eterra smile upon you.
Did I hear Elder Gaspar correctly? You're going to the surface? If so, I have a request. Among the old records dating back to when humanity was first fleeing the void, there are reports of attempts by another group to hide within another cave system not too far from Welrin. There have been attempts to scry, divine, and to even dig to where this sister city, this lesser refuge, if you would, could be, but to no avail. Could you perhaps search for any signs of them? This is a weird sentence. I don't like it. Maybe I just read it weird.
Farewell.
Sentence was weird to me. You recall Elder Gaspar's instructions on how to dispel the barrier. So we do so. And now the barrier is dispelled and everyone's going to die. Because we don't know how to close it. Open forever now. Surface doesn't seem so bad. I mean, look at this giant tree arc thing. Ring, whatever. Alright, let's try some things out before we do too much, right? So if I do this, we have just gained Twin Embers. Fires 2 embers in a spiral. Then I can do right click. So if I do 1, 2, Unvar's Eruption. To use fire projectiles at nearby enemies. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Aragon's Greater Fireball. Oh. Oh. This is a complex class, and I love it. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, 3 is the max. Now, if I do Q, though, will we get a lightning one? We did. Hold up. Places a lightning glyph on the ground that explodes after a short duration. We got a fire one, we got a lightning one. Okay, so Plasma Orb. What is this one? Plasma Burst. Oh, I don't know what that did. No clue. Lightning, fire, lightning. Rune Gale, an expanding aura that grants you haste. Oh, I like haste. Doesn't last very long. And R, which is our teleport, shouldn't give us anything. It did not. And then there's Wordless Invocation. Grants you a burst of ward. Ward gained 80 plus 1 per intelligence. Can I just do that whenever I want to? Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm super happy we picked this. I have a feeling though, right? What's gonna happen is I am not gonna memorize any of the different combinations, not up front, and so we'll kind of use that big fireball a lot. Is probably what's gonna happen. Not that I think anyone is gonna be disappointed about big fireball. Nope, not disappointed in the slightest. Uh-huh. Hey, you're not one-shotting these enemies anymore. Time for some leveling. Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't know. Felt like a one-shot to me. Hey, how'd they come behind us? And like this one? I think we're pretty OP still. Now, can I do a lightning spell, and will that override my current fire things? Yes. Yes, it will. Okay. That's something we're gonna need to keep an eye on, right? It's just awesome. All of the different spell combo things we can do. Right? We've unlocked so many additional like spells by getting one thing, Runic Invocation. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you couldn't tell, I'm happy we chose it. Gaming Instincts, welcome, welcome. We've chosen our mastery, and it's pretty dang awesome. If I had to say so myself. It lets us do this. What does a single lightning do? Oh, the rune, right. Yeah, so we've gone the route of the complicated spellcaster. That's where we are. Which is a route that I do enjoy quite a bit. Kaboom! You're at an authentic Chinese restaurant. I've been to many a Chinese restaurant. I don't know if any of them have been authentic, though. I don't even know how I would know. Chest. Some kind of weird, crazy stone up there. Runes, thank you. No. And, no. And... Increase critical strike chance, I'll grab that one. In fact, is that one actually an upgrade? Is it better? Probably not. Probably not. This is almost certainly the correct path, and there's like all these other paths down there that we could take, but we don't need to take.
Fools. Fools.
Fools. Thank you, Bob. What are you making for dinner? I had pizza. I had pizza. Supreme stuffed crust. Oh, he came back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, gaming instincts. If you're blind, that's on you. We can't help you out. Boom. James, how you doing? How you doing? That was like a non-loading zone. That was weird. This is a note preserved with magic. The safety of Last Refuge does not extend beyond this point. Beyond the shard's light is the darkness of the void and the madness of the cults that worship it. Turn back now. If you do not, may what remains of Eterra's light protect you. So, we're here. The sheltered wood, the surface is here technically. The alternate leveling path, which of course we skip. We're not going that way. We will eventually go through the cultist camp. This is apparently the other city, maybe? Unless those other people became the cultists. You'd like to go to Japan and open up like an American restaurant selling burgers and hot dogs and such? Yeah. You know what's so funny, right? I've just seen on random, I don't know, YouTube videos or whatever of like going to an authentic American restaurant in other countries, and they're like, I don't know that any Americans ever eaten these things before.
The cultists had a philosophy. The void transcends reality, and by embracing it, so could they. After all, this world was gone. If they devoted themselves to despair, would it welcome them? A form of hope. Desperate, worthless in the end.
Cutscene. If I was going to visit someplace, and you're saying all the travel and food and stuff was free, where would I go? There's a lot of places I'd like to go. I haven't been to a lot of places outside the US. I've been to a few, but not many. I would really like to... Here's one of the things I think would be super cool, right? I think it would be really cool to do a Mediterranean cruise. I know that doesn't quite hit on your question exactly. But that's a thing that I think would be really cool, and you'd get to stop in multiple different countries and see different things, and that'd be really neat. And then, I know that there are, I think they call them Viking cruises, again with the boat theme, but that travel on riverways and go through multiple countries. That would also be really cool. But if I was going to pick one place to go that's real expensive, because it's going to be free, because that's what we're saying, I feel like I'd really like to either go to... It's so funny, it's all super eastern area. Japan, Australia, or New Zealand. I think I'd pick one of those 3 places. I think Japan would be really cool for many reasons, but I do not speak Japanese, and that would be very, I gather it's actually not too bad to travel around, because there's a decent amount of English in Japan and whatnot, but I would be very uncomfortable if I didn't actually pick up a very minor amount of conversation ability. Whereas the other 2 that I mentioned, they speak English. It'd be pretty easy to travel there, I think. You are learning Japanese, so you can travel there one day without the language barrier. Yeah, like that's like one of the, in my mind, one of the. I don't really mean it this way. I'm going to say the scariest part of going to a very different country, right? Is not being able to talk to anyone. However, I don't mean scary in the sense of like, oh, it's terrifying. It's more of just like, that's like the biggest hang-up I think that I would have on it. What's really cool, right, is translation capabilities on your phone actually mitigate a lot of that. If you are patient enough to do all the translating stuff on the phone, and whoever you're talking to is patient enough to accept it, right? I was waiting for this guy to jump down. He is just gigantic. If I can see him better. He's just like one big mass of muscle, and even he couldn't survive out here. And Astro says a lot of Japan is very English friendly, which I gather that's the case. Yeah, what if you get lost and you can't find anyone to help? It's kind of scary. True. Gaming Instinct, you'd go to either Greece or Japan. Greece, because you're a huge Greek mythology buff. You want to visit Athens and see all the god statues. The food is probably great too, or you'd go to Japan for the real seafood and sushi. So actually, that's another thing though too, right? I am not a huge seafood person. I'm just not. I don't even want to be in an area with the smell. The smell, it doesn't do it for me. So I know that Japan has a very large seafood diet. You would visit Capcom HQ. You'd praise them and kneel down. You know, something that I would see, which isn't going to be there anymore, is I would be so cool to go see the real life-size Gundam, which is almost at end of life. They're going to be pulling it down soon. Life-size Gundam would be pretty dang cool. You think that was Honda? They captured him, put him on display? Maybe. I don't think Honda was that big. I think that guy was like 2 Hondas. Hey, those people... They talk. They say English words. Or common, or whatever it is that we're hearing. So they're corrupted. Hey, look, it's that guy again. They're corrupted, but they're not, like, mindless beings. Pragmata? No, I don't think I've heard of that one yet. What is it? The Healing Void Prophet of the Lizard. What a title. What a title. The Forsaken Trail. Okay, so, let me ask, is there a trailer on Steam? I've said this before, but I have my browser set up to not go into OBS, and when I think it should go into OBS, it still doesn't, which I'd rather it not than did randomly. However, that means watching a trailer on the browser usually means that you guys don't get sound, which is not great. It's space sci-fi with a dude and a little girl. It's on YouTube. Not sure if it's on Steam. Okay. Well, we can maybe play around with getting the sound to work, because I'd really like it for me to be able to push a button and have sound come through from my browser, which is where I think I should be at. It just hasn't ever worked. But we'll try it again. Increased cold damage, which we don't have, but I'm gonna grab it anyways, just for now. And he comes back and he blows up. Yep. Or giant spider. Display drivers? No. Man, my audio system is heavily customized. Nothing routes its audio into OBS at all. Everything's routed into another program, and that other program is then routed into OBS. And that was, again, it's very specifically, all of my browser stuff was routed out, because when I was making a lot of YouTube videos, I would have like Twitch streams on in the background or whatever, and of course I didn't want any of that audio making it into my video, so I wanted to cut it out. And for the most part, right, there's no reason to ever have my browser audio come through, because on occasion I will have, so I mean, for example, right, my YouTube stream is technically open right there on my other monitor, and it's just muted. But if I ever wanted to check to make sure things sounded right, I can go over there and unmute it, and you would never hear it, but I could. So there's a lot of reasons to keep that browser muted, but there's a great reason, like watching a trailer or two here and there, to be able to unmute it. And again, it should be able to come through. It's just, it doesn't. So I'm missing something. It's probably like one little tiny thing I missed, and I just haven't spent the time to fix it. That's what it comes down to. It's so low on like my priority list, it doesn't get looked at. Oh, the spreading fire. The spreading fire is just so good. I'm so happy this is the build we're doing. Increased mana regen. Yeah, we don't care about that. The music in Pragmata gives you goosebumps. Probably a quote or a end parenthesis that was missed. Nah. All of my configuration is not in code for audio stuff, so it's not gonna be one of those, but I could see why you said that. Alright. Kaboom! Hey, that one dude didn't die in one hit. Oh, and this is the big one. The big one who I didn't even get to use my giant fireball. We do too much damage. I'm not super disappointed by it, but I will say I wouldn't also be opposed to having a little bit more difficulty. So I hope we find that difficulty. Honestly, it feels like I'm playing on story difficulty, just running through everything. Whoa, what the heck is that? Shards. Mage's Archive Robes of Evasion. It's a dark blue color. I didn't actually look at the stats. It's probably better, though. And do that. Yeah, some games, yeah. Soundtrack, I mean, sound is very important. It's very important. And if you don't have music, that's great. You should have really good sound design, right? I mean, hopefully you've got both. +1 to Fireball. Plus 23% increased spell damage. Like, this is a really good body. Yes, please. What does +1 to Fireball actually mean? Hold on a second. Whoa. Oh, I have 1403. 1350? We actually lose damage per second on our Fireball? So, we go from 17% increased elemental damage to 23% increased spell damage. I would think the spell damage would override the elemental damage, but it seems like it's not. 1023? So Disintegrate's better. Volcanic Orb is 1092. 1077, so Volcanic Orb is worse too. Yes. I think that +1 is a point we can spend, so we should actually probably spend our points too. What is this one? Spreading Flames applied by Fireball has additional fire penetration. Fire penetration can reduce effective fire resistance below 0%, increasing damage even against enemies with no resistance. Sure. That sounds pretty good. I do want to put a point in here too to get our Spreading Flames chance at 100%. We will spread flames every hit. Which we're really close right now because our weapon, like, let's not forget, has 17% on it. But eventually we won't have that weapon, and it might be good to have that there. And then also the damage over time is going to go up too. Bam. So cool. Okay, and it's finally time to take a mirror image. I don't want it where we depart, I want it where we end up. I think. Done. Done. Spider. I'm coming down here to get that pylon thing. Increases experience gained on kill. Yes, please. Let's keep that going for as long as we can. And kapow. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna pick it up. I think I'm going the wrong way. We're almost certainly going the wrong way. That one has increased fire damage on it. Sure, we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up. So are these distressing sounding foes the cultists? I don't know. I don't know. They might be the cultists. However, they may just be people who are corrupted. They're definitely human, or were human, or what have you, right? That's not up for contest, but we're not quite sure who they are or what they are or anything. Peter Shield of Life! No, thank you. Racer of Embers! No, thank you. I mean, I'll pick it up, I guess. Pick that up too. Is there any Lovecraft influence in this? I'm gonna say no. I mean, like, maybe a tiny bit, but I don't think that was really one of their influences. I could totally be wrong. It's feeling like something separate, though. Lovecraft is usually like existential dread against some kind of great one or something that isn't like scene, if you will, for the most part. Whereas that doesn't feel like this, right? This is like definitely seen, definitely felt. I don't know. That's my thought on Lovecraft stuff for the most part. It's that horror that you can't describe exactly. Everyone's able to describe this. You know, I think I saw that there is a, man, what's it called? There was a game that was a Lovecraft-inspired game that just had a sequel announced. That's got a very different feeling to it, because I think it's a first or third-person game, whereas the other one was like a top-down sort of strategy-type game. Or a CRPG, if you will. Guess I didn't quite look at the stuff we were running. Oh, no, we were definitely looking at that stuff. Bloodborne is Lovecraftian. Again, I don't know. I mean, I am not the best person to talk about Lovecraft. I'm not a huge Lovecraft person. But I feel like, again, it takes it a little too far. When I think of that stuff, I think of the investigators, right, who are investigating a thing. So, like, you're in the real world, and the real world is normal, but there's weird stuff that happens in the world, and most people don't know about it. They don't see it, they don't hear it, they don't know anything about it. But some people are affected, and those people that are affected, weird stuff happens, they go missing, they die, those investigators go in, and their sanity gets challenged. That's what I think of, and I feel like, again, with like Bloodborne, I feel like it's not like a normal world, if you will, right? It's taken way too far. But I, again, don't read any of the Lovecraft stuff really, so I could be way off on that. Bloodborne does have old ones and ancient ones. That's true, and Lovecraft definitely has those things. Baldur's Gate 3 cinematic has Lovecraft, Cthulhu, Squid People. Well, those Squid People are like a very well-known D&D race of entities, right? That travel the spatial realms in D&D. I feel like those aren't Lovecraft either. But I can see the Bloodborne thing. I can. It's just not what I associate, though, with what I'm going to say is traditional Lovecraft. But, again, didn't read the stuff, so... I don't have, like, really anything against reading his stuff either, but I do know that Lovecraft has a whole lot of very negative racism stuff baked into it as well. So, you know, take that with what you will. We got ourselves a new point, and we're going to put Runic Invocation on it. And then we're going to have to understand, where do we even want to go with this? Runic Invocation will grant ward per rune consumed. That's not bad. We consume runes. We could go Transcriber of Power. After casting Runic Invocation, you gain additional spell damage and cast speed for a short duration. I do like that. Or Unbridled Ruin. Runic Invocation deals more damage. I like that one a lot, too. Yeah, D&D took inspiration from everything, for sure. Speaking of D&D, a new game was announced by Gameloft. Is it actually D&D themed? Is it actually a D&D game, or is it a D&D style game by Gameloft? In the Forgotten Realms? That's interesting. Here's the thing, all right? I loved past tense D&D so much. But I'm at a point now where I'm not going to support Hasbro too much with it, because they've done some pretty negative things. I don't really want to talk about it in the stream, but suffice it to say that we are going to be in a tabletop revolutionary time period now, which is fantastic. I can't wait for it. All sorts of new tabletop RPGs are being developed every single day, and it's kind of like it was in the past, in a past that I didn't take part in. In our recent memory, most of tabletop RPG was dominated by a few small handfuls of different games, and now we're going to see a lot more showing up, and it's going to be really cool to play different stuff. No, they ruined it by wanting to make money. That's what they did. They want to... D&D itself was made on third-party creators creating for the game, and they want to charge those people money, essentially, or take a portion of their profits. And it's not right. And their 6th edition, which they're calling 1 D&D, is going to be very much app-based, and their computer program first and forward, and they have said, like, this is right, like on record, of course, that they want to make it monetizable like a video game with subscription-based tiers and fees and loot boxes and that kind of stuff. And it doesn't quite fit what the game is because Hasbro doesn't know. I don't know that I blame Wizards of the Coast at all. It's the parent company Hasbro that's really doing these things, and so I'm not for it. I'm not saying I'm never going to play D&D again. I don't say that at all. I have a lot of the books up on my shelf, and I probably will play again. But I'm not going to be buying any of their new stuff for the short term. That's for sure. We'll see it. We'll see how things change along in the time. But there are so many other games. The MCDM tabletop game, I am fully backed into that one. I cannot wait for that to release. There's also another one that I am super excited for. That's already released, and I might be buying. Hint, James, might be buying. It's called Shadow Dark, and Shadow Dark is an old school tabletop, but brought into the future with heavy inspiration from 5th edition. So it uses a D20 system. They introduce the same concept of advantage and disadvantage, but they bring the old dungeon crawl experience back to the game, and it's all about dungeon crawling. In fact, you have crawling turns even outside of combat, and it sounds really cool and a little. It's not heroic fantasy. It's a little bit of a more realistic, gritty fantasy, and I'm in for it. Bomber, you thought of an actual idea for Oyak D&D session. Oh. Here's the thing. I've totally thought about doing, like a streamed tabletop before. If everyone was actually wanting to do it, of course. But there is significant work in it, and I will tell you, I could be a player. I don't think I could be the DM and the streamer, if that makes sense. There's so many little things I do while streaming that I need to keep track of, and then to be able to do that and to be the DM in a game, I think that would break me. So that's probably out. Shadow Dark has 1 edition. That's it. In fact, there may have been an old Shadow Dark. I'm not entirely clear on that. But I will say that I've heard a lot of good things about it. And one of the cool things about Shadow Dark that I've heard is like they're like, oh yeah, for people who have significant experience in tabletop games and for people that this is their first game, I can easily, in an hour of time, have created characters, explained what needs to be explained. We can be in a dungeon and already been fighting our 3rd group of enemies in an hour. To take a brand new player, get them a character, and move on is amazing. So if it feels like I read through they have their base rules free to download. So I downloaded those and I read through most of it at one point in the past, and more recently I read through a good chunk of it again just because I was feeling kind of interested in it again. And it's fairly simple. You've been really tempted to build a Might and Magic D&D campaign for your brother and his group. I will say, right, taking other things and theming them inside Dungeons & Dragons sounds really cool. Until you realize that the mechanics of that world or setting don't work in the system. Like, for example, a thing that I know a ton of people have tried to do. They're trying to make Avatar: The Last Airbender in Dungeons & Dragons. But, like, none of the spell systems work for that. And so on, right? So, like, if you do that with Might and Magic, you probably have a lot of additional work on top of it to make it work right. And in fact, I would actually go out on a limb and say, someone else may have already done the work for you, and you could probably find it online. If you were, like, actually serious in it. Yes, and Warhammer is a really cool IP. It really is. And of course, they have a tabletop game for that as well, and they have the minis war game as well, and all of that stuff is stuff I've looked into before too. And then a system that's supposed to be used for literally any magic system is one that I think is probably not good. The reason why I say that, right, is because the more you try to make something generic and open for everything, the less feel it has, right? So something that has a lot of, like, interesting feel and nuance to its system is something that's memorable, whereas if you can kind of bake anything into it, you lose a lot of that. Anyways, I'm definitely not opposed to talking more tabletop games. Gaming Instincts, if you've never played before, I highly recommend it. Try to find a group. Someone that will let you join in, or it's even better if you know the people already. But I will tell you, I have never played a game, right? I've never played a video game that was more enjoyable than a session of a tabletop RPG. Because the tabletop RPG has total freedom to it, for the most part, and camaraderie with a group of people. It's great. Bomber's gameplay alarm's going off! We need to figure out what we're going to spend our skill points on. We have 4 of them. I'm going to put probably one up this way, but we need to look a little bit towards the ends to see what happens. When you directly cast Runic Invocation, you leap backwards a short distance, hovering in the air for a moment. In this state, you take less damage, and directly casting Runic Invocation deals more damage. That's an interesting thing. What is this one down here? Whenever you cast Invocation, you blink to the target location first, but Runic Invocation now has a cooldown. Now, when it says directly cast, this sounds to me like it's without the rune modifiers. So it's kind of like a teleport. It gains a traversal tag, which could mean that we don't need to have teleport on our bar anymore. That's an interesting thought. We'll keep that in mind. I don't know if I want to build towards that. I do think, though, that I'm not sure I really care to have a lot of stuff on this teleport. I'm not even using it a whole lot. We could totally swap out for just damaging stuff, which may happen. Whenever you cast Runic Invocation, you also cast up to 1 of each type of elemental nova that you can cast directly. Well, we don't do nova, so that's maybe not the best path. Every second you go without casting a Runic Invocation, you gain a stack of runic energy up to a maximum. Invocations consume all runic energy to deal more damage. That sounds really cool. This one will proc a random non-channeled skill. Same element of each of the runes consumed. I don't know where I want to build with that just yet. I don't want to keep reading. Let's go kill some stuff. Directly cast means hitting the button to cast it, as some spells can cast indirectly. Oh! So it doesn't mean without the runes then. Okay. Yeah, I guess I would also make a caveat on the tabletop RPG stuff, because Bomber, you make a good point. If you find the right people, you will have some amazing memories, right? If you find the wrong people, and by the way, I've been real thankful that I've never been in a group of the wrong people, right? Real thankful for that. But if you find a group of the wrong people, then you're probably not going to have a good time. We'll grab this thing. And by the way, I hate... I don't hate. I strongly discourage, though, the metagaming. And that includes power gamers, is one of the words, the terminologies that was just used in chat. Very specifically, right? I think it's way cooler to be like, my character uses a dagger because they're a thief. And that's what they would use for various reasons, blah, blah, blah. Instead of being like, no, my character uses a rapier because it does the best damage for the class. Like, that's just dumb. That's just dumb, for me. That is totally a valid playstyle, though, as long as you're in a group that's all about that. I think we're gonna go this one. You deal more spell damage. Hold up, we're being attacked. I almost died while I wasn't looking. I kill it. Let's see. Additional health, you take less damage from ignited and oh, but we also ignite a lot of enemies too. I'm actually going to do that one. That's where our point's going. I don't know like which trees we want to build down, but notice, right? If I wanted this ability, we would have to get points up in here. So we really, really should be reading further on before we start spending skill points. But ignite chance with fire skills is up. I mean, that might be worth it. Would I say that last epic is getting better and better as I play it? I would say it's been fairly the same so far. It hasn't gotten better or hasn't gotten worse either. My biggest complaint right now is I haven't had much challenge. That enemy that almost killed us when I was in the menu was the closest thing that almost killed us. But I also wasn't looking. Right? So I don't know. I like there to be a challenge, for the most part. Increased spell damage. There's a lot of stuff dropping, which is not bad. But at the moment, we don't know the game enough to know what exactly is good and what isn't. I sometimes pick up random stuff. Fire damage, ignite damage. Sure. I think the skill system in this game is very, very cool and customizable, which I have to say is really nice and refreshing after coming from Diablo 4. I think Diablo 4's skill system is really annoying because it's so simplistic. There's almost no like build differentiating factors in that game. And yes, it has a hardcore mode, as Astro says, and I actually said in the beginning, I am really interested to give a hardcore run a chance. However, I didn't want the very first playthrough to be on hardcore, so that's why we're not doing it on hardcore right now. But it would be really cool to be on hardcore. I think hardcore is more interesting as a stream than this normal standard play is, because at any moment we could die. And if we die, it's game over. And that's like drama, right? We could have a death counter thing if we really want to. By the way, I did think about that, right? I could easily have a thing that's like chat controllable, It would be mod controllable if it was chat controllable, or just a button on my side that I can push for doing some kind of death counter in game, and that would be pretty cool. Alright, let's trade some things. Transfer all of our stuff. We'll take a quick look. I've picked this up because it has increased elemental damage, but I think we just sell it. Right? I think we just sell it. And elemental damage drops are not rare, but what is more rare is Runes of Shattering, and they cost a little bit of money, so we can't just buy them and break everything we get. At least not yet. We might be able to do that later on. So for now, we're just going to start kind of getting rid of things. However, right, we may still find something that is an upgrade. Is this an upgrade? Has increased critical strike chance on it. We do have increased lightning damage on our current one, which does actually help us a little bit. So I think we just keep our current one. What is the hammer halberd? Oh, this thing? Ball. Shift right click to buy! Why is it so big? This one called a blighted maul. Yeah, it's just a maul. That's totally your kind of weapon, though, isn't it? Ooh, look at this. This is an upgrade. Increased fire damage. Click. Sell the old one. Bomber is a mall rat. Yeah, that sounds about right. This is an upgrade, right? A lot more armor on it. Yep. Sell the old one. We'll sell the old one of this, even though technically our fireball did more damage with it somehow. This helmet has increased spell damage immediately on it. We get more intelligence, we lose some armor. It's an upgrade. It is an upgrade. We swap. Goodbye. Good. This has 51% increased spell damage. That's a tier 3. Astro, at what tier do I start caring about potentially breaking down things into shards? Is tier 3 high enough? Or is it like, nah, don't worry about it until tier 10? I mean, 51% increased spell damage sounds pretty good. %20 chance to ignite on hit. Eh. I'll hold on that one for just a second. More like a hammer hound. And by the way, with the difficulty thing, I think we just got super lucky on some of our drops as well. So,
Greetings.
So we are in the cultist camp now, by the way. Maketh and Leda. Do not be alarmed. We are not the madmen you've seen on the road. We are different. Survivors, what brings you here? Is this Welrin? Max tier is 7. 6 and 7 are epic items. You'd go for at least 5 useful tiers on the whole item to consider it. Okay. Okay. Yes, though it's seen better days, the cultists who use the blessings of oblivion as an excuse for destruction have rendered the city uninhabitable. But people live here, so it is habitable. Those of us who have retained our sanity were forced into exile here at the edge of the ruins. What brings you here? Oh, we're at the edge of the ruins. The city isn't here. I am searching for the Temple of Etera. How interesting. We would like to make an offer. We're planning a ritual. Should you succeed, it will give us power to defend ourselves from mad cultists. But we need aid retrieving relics from Welrin. A phylactery from the ruins to the north, and a symbol of hope held by the cultists in the docks to the south. You gather these relics for us, we will grant you passage beyond the city. What are these relics? Just north of here, there are ruins of Welrin and its undercity. Down there, you'll find an undead from the Immortal Empire. He carries a phylactery filled with raw soul essence. We will use this power. We will use this to power the ritual. So 2 fire damage, 2 spell damage, and 1 crit chance. 5 split between multiple effects. And when you say 2 fire damage, you mean tier 2 fire damage, tier 2 spell damage, and tier 1 crit chance? Is that what you mean? Or are you legit saying 2 different fire damage skills? Okay, good. I got it. You're saving to buy an exercise mace? I don't think I've ever heard of an exercise mace. The Immortal Empire. They're the ancient dictators of these lands. They're essentially gone, but their evil lingers. They were supposed to be immortal, and for centuries, they were. Few are left thanks to wars and the growth of the Void, other than our friend down in the Undercity. To the south are the Welrin Docks. In the first days of the Void's triumph, a soothsayer known as the Oracle sent aid to the city, a symbol of hope. It is rumored that these cultists of the Docks have taken the symbol of hope and hope to defile it. This symbol of hope will focus our will during the ritual. Okay, I'll do it. We're gonna do it, but it's probably actually not a good thing. I have the sneaking suspicion
Farewell.
that we are aiding the enemy. Link in Discord? Yeah, I'll check that out. I will check that out. I'm interested. It's interesting. Okay, so I'm going to sell this piece because it has... Actually, it has tier 3 increased spell damage, and then tier 1 increased spell damage and minus spell mana cost, and tier 1 chance to ignite. So it actually has 5 tiers of worthwhile stuff. So is this one actually what you're talking about would be worth it, Astro? Just before I break it. Right, because then we would come in here and I would select this thing. That is enough to consider. I mean, I only have 5 of them, though, but... So is that what I do? I put the Rune of Shattering here, and then I hit Shatter? And there's nothing else? Sounds about right. Alright, we're gonna shatter our first one. I don't even have a clue what's gonna happen here. +1 spell damage, and reduce mana cost, and +1 spell damage sent to the Forge. Is there a way for me to now, like... view it? Like a history of what's happened? Because I would like to see a history of what's happened. You don't think so? Okay, so the reason why I want to see, though, is because I don't know if I got a shard for the good one. Like, the tier 3 thing. Like, how am I supposed to know that? I am running even though I'm dragging this thing. We've got spell damage down here, but I have no idea... How do I have... We definitely got this one, the spell damage and reduced mana cost. That was definitely one of them. And then I guess it did say spell damage. That was probably the other one, so we didn't get the burn chance or whatever it was, ignite chance. Okay. Sounds reasonable enough. The fact you're in front of me. Have you also lost your home? Let's hear your story first. We had to leave the larger ruins. Others let the void drive them to violence. They relish in cruelty and taint the void with it, attracting horrors. Why can't they see tranquility? The peace of oblivion. Instead, the horrors ruin our home. I can defeat the void horrors. You can? Oh, how I wish to believe. May tranquility be with you. You as well. Somehow, right, the people of Last Hope, or whatever that place was called, right? They were living underground, hiding away from this void stuff, and it finally found them. But these people have, like, lived up on the surface with it for a long time. Somehow, right? Hold on, where does this door go? Guess we'll never know. What? Okay. We just casually walk through walls here. Don't worry too much about it. The ruins of Welrin. We're gonna go after that Lich's phylactery first, because it sounds more interesting than the thing at the docks. The creatures have been cool looking in this game too. I've enjoyed that. I feel like creature design was very good for this game. Kapow! Meh, 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 and meh. I feel like they've had quite a few different, spidery kind of enemies, if you will. Which I bet a lot of people don't like. What is this thing? Sealed and temporally. I thought it was saying temporarily. Sealed and temporally displaced for dangerous arcane experiments. It's gonna release a big guy. Exiled mage. Okay, this guy's way harder than the stuff we've been fighting. Also, I'm, like, not recovering mana very fast. Ah, what a waste. We got him. Okay, hold on. Look at the text, right? The way that it's highlighted means it's probably worth picking up. Experimental iron greaves of the turtle. It has strength on it. It's got haste after you use a traversal skill. Increased area or effective haste on you. Not amazing for us, honestly, but we'll pick it up anyways. My health regens really fast. Yeah, I still haven't used a potion. That's like a challenge run if I've ever heard one. Potionless. Meh. Can I re-trigger the prison? They usually go away? Oh. I don't know. I'll walk back and find out. We'll go back. Hey, look, all this stuff is respawning. We were just here. I will say, I kind of don't like that. I am not a big fan of clearing an area out and then having all the stuff somehow just repop. Definitely still here, isn't it? So I'll click it again. No, I think it's borked. I killed the thing that I think we were supposed to kill. It was highlighted anyways. Probably interweb game bugs. It sounds like there's a lot. My recommendation for anyone is to play the game offline, because there's been no reason we've been online yet. We're online, but it doesn't seem like we had to be or needed to be or anything. I'll pick that shard up. Frame drop there. Sure you all saw that too. I'm just going towards the map marker. Quest complete! There's just stuff exploding everywhere. I'm gonna pick that up. You cast it and everything bursts into flames and then dies. Yeah. It's pretty cool, isn't it? I think it's pretty cool. I will say, I do not feel like I am not powerful. Right? We feel very powerful. So that's cool. Fools! Never gonna get tired of that line. It's not gonna happen. It's so good. I'm going to download that sound clip. We will have it on the channel. $22. Hey, people! Oh no, those are my mirror images. They tricked even their caster. Nah. Anything up this way? A door. Can I walk through it? No, of course not. Fool counter! Merc has eliminated 10,684 fools. The real question is, does Merc pity them? Right? Hey, we took a little bit of damage right there. Did you see that? For a second. Alright, we are just going south. I don't know if I need to still be in this zone or not. I feel like we were supposed to find the phylactery here, but I don't know about that now. 1 more point there, please, and then... Oh, wait, I've got 2 more unspent points? Yeah. Okay, we'll just go full in there. Flame Rush has been unlocked. You turn a ball of flame... You turn into a ball of flame and launch yourself in the target direction. The longer you hold down the key, the slower you move, but the larger and more damaging the explosion is when you stop channeling. It's a traversal skill. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one indeed. Fire pen, I guess. So our ignite chance is like really high, and I could take it even higher, but I don't know why. We're at 100% ignite chance. Maybe there are enemies that have resist to ignite. So let's say they have 100% resistance to ignite. Does that mean we only have 20% ignite chance on them? Maybe? Is there no quest marker? I don't know. I mean, there is, I think. I'm not too sure. Hold on, I gotta go this way first. Sounded like he dropped something good, but what? See, why is that not showing for me? It has spell stuff on it. Maybe its level is too low? I have no idea what level it is, though. It might say somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. So, I don't know. We'll leave it there on the floor. Ignite stacks, spreading flames does not. You can apply 5 stacks of ignite with 1 attack. Oh, that sounds cool. They burn ever so brighter the more stacks you get. By the way, I'm very happy that we went this mage build instead of going like Falconer. I think Falconer would have been boring. That's my gut feel on it. You can see how many stacks of a debuff something has under its health bar. Yeah, I have seen it on the 1 or 2 bosses that didn't die immediately. Bummer. You weren't sure on the definition, so you looked up conflagration. Noun, a large, destructive fire. A fire extending to many objects, or over a large space. A general burning. A large fire extending to many objects, or over a large space. A general burning. May your stacks ever burn bright. Speaking of, you would love a lunar lux emote. What would the lunar lux emote be? All right, and then I do have to ask a follow-up question of, is it worthwhile to introduce a lunar lux emote now when we're likely never going to play it again? Right? I don't foresee myself going back. Not because it's a bad game, but because we beat it. And it's done. Right? Liked the game a lot. Recommend it to anyone. And to be fair, Bomber, we do have a Lunar Lux emote. We do. It's the warning emote. 100% Lunar Lux. I mean, no one would ever know unless they were there at the time, right? But that is where warning came from. Yeah, never mind. Now you're satisfied? Yeah. Hey, I'm not trying to like shut it down either. We have some open animated emote slots, and I would like to fill them. The real question is how, right? Am I going to do it myself or commission someone? Commissioning people for animated stuff is a lot more expensive though. So I kind of want to try myself. I created the actual warning emote itself, and I actually like it a lot. So I could do other things. Pick up that gold. Gonna AFK if you. All right. I will be sure to ask you all the questions while you're not here. I think someone's coming up. Yeah, I heard them. All right, so this guy's cool. Ah, a living human that isn't dripping with void. Can you understand me, or are you mad like the rest? That's kind of cool. This guy who's dead and sort of trapped here and no longer can even talk to people. I can understand you. Splendid! You can hear my request then. I need your aid in ending my existence. Excuse me? No. That sounds totally rational. I've been entombed here for centuries, and this broken world no longer has anything to offer me. The immortal Emperor's gift was once a blessing, but now it is a curse. I'll help if you give me your phylactery. You have a deal, living one. What do I have to do? Destroy the 3 soul repositories and return to me. Only then can my sanctuary be destroyed. You have my gratitude. I'll be back. Yup, map. They are blinking. That dude's voice, by the way, very scratchy. Go left first, I guess. I don't know. Die, spiders, die! Oh, poison. Gross. Garbage. Oh, we're just like supposed to blow it up. I didn't use the spell Volcanic Orb in a long time. I felt like I'd use it. Scratchy, it's a shame I had no control over it. I didn't. That was his voice. Channeled through me. He is a lich after all. He can channel stuff. We're just mowing every single thing down. So, by the way, right, I don't expect this game to have anywhere near the complexity of Path of Exile, right? That's not a thing that I would ever expect. But is it possible to like build your character in a way that you're like useless? Because so far, we have not been reading the full skill tree and doing like spreadsheet math to understand what's going to cause the best amounts of damage or anything like that, and we're doing just fine. You've returned. The soul repositories are destroyed. I have a sneaking suspicion, though, that the soul repositories were keeping him trapped here, and maybe he's going to be able to leave now, and he will want to kill us then. Maybe not. If I could, I'd grace you with the Emperor's gift as thanks, but that time has long passed. A true death. I've never thought this moment would come. None of us did. Will the immortal Emperor recognize me on the other side, I wonder? If there is another side? He lost the voice. Now, I recommend you to stand back. Tearing the phylactery from my body may prove volatile. What do you mean, boom? I mean, I want to watch. Oh, yeah. Oh, and then it, like, opens up a pathway. Cool. Back to the cultist camp. So what, you're telling me we could have just come in this way? This is the door we walked through. Come on, Zone. That's the door we walked through. Okay. Do we hand over the first item, or do we just keep going? I think we just keep going. Let's stop and break stuff down, or sell things, or whatever it is we do in this game. Lightning, spell damage, chance to chill. I'm gonna store that one. Sell that one. This thing, for some reason, is unique. I mean, it's not unique, but it's got a different color to it. And I don't know why. But I'm just gonna get rid of it. I hope no one cares. What's done is done. Experimental. It was experimental. What does experimental mean? Other than a different kind of unique. And welcome back. Kerpow! Kerpow! Oh, those ones don't blow up. Teleport down below will go down first. Ooh! What are these things? Hey!
Gaming Instincts just subscribed.
Welcome to Serenia. Please give up shields in chat. Give up the crests. +1 to teleport. Sure, I'll take that. Thank you very much for the subscription. I do greatly appreciate it. The exiled mages drop experimental items, the haste on travel modifier, among others. So, right, I saw, right, that's what was on those, and I saw it. Is it something that I should buy back? As in, is it worth that? Is it worth that much? I don't know, like, what's the rare drop rate on it. I'll send you money. Because your funds are tied up and they're stuck in Nigeria, but with a little bit of cash, we can get it out. Is that what we're going for here? I think that guy said, "I am unending!" It's just a unique from those enemies modifier. Okay. The Commander's Third Eye. Eh. You have a very powerful ability now that you are a full member. And that super powerful ability is the warning animated emote. Use it with caution, but use it when necessary. He's gonna get up. He's gonna get up. He got up. Nope. I don't know why I'm coming down each one of these little paths. It's just enemies. Enemies that aren't doing much for us. But I'm gonna keep doing it. Because, you know, there could be a chest or something. Have I ever gotten those scam emails or text messages on social media, someone being stuck in a country and they have no way to get back? No. I have never gotten one myself. They exist. They're real. I've never seen one myself, though. I'll take those shards. Thank you very much. A void centipede? About a cooked void centipede. That's what that one is. Critical strike, necrotic, stun. I mean, that's a bunch of tier 2 stuff. Meh. Meh. We say meh. Symbol of hope. Before you is an altar made by the cultists who live in the docks. A large cultist has been crucified with a glowing object embedded in his chest. Within the object, you see swirls of speckled light, almost like stars. This must be the symbol of hope. We take it? Oh, that's it. I thought he was gonna, like, get down and attack us. Guess not. We can return back. Find signs of lesser refuge. Oh, that's even further on, isn't it? It's gotta be even further on. So, like, speaking of, like, social media, right? I'm not a big social media user, right? I'm not. I used Facebook in 2009, and then I stopped. I did not use it for very much longer. I may have used it in 2010, maybe, but like that's the last I used it, if so. And so I'm not a big Facebook person, and I was on Twitter for a while before it became X. And I mostly never posted, and then I hooked up a bot so it would post when I went live, but that was about it. And I bring that up because part of that question was, have you ever gotten a message on social media asking for money to get out of a country? No. It's probably like way more common to get those bot spam messages on like Facebook, for example, compared to email anymore, if I had to guess. And most people probably use one of the big email providers, and you have to bet and believe that those big email providers are 100% filtering email, right? If their initial scan picks up any of the like text that you may associate with one of those things, there's almost certainly being a flag on it, if not an outright delete, and you never even see it. That chest was open! Did you see that? I saw that. They're supposed to be here. They're up there. We'll quickly do the no we won't, because everyone's gone. Okay. You're back, remaining cultist. Yeah. Where is everyone? They told me to tell you. They're setting up the ritual site just up ahead. They're waiting for you. We totally got the things for the bad guys, and then they're gonna do a thing that's gonna try and kill us. Oh, it's gonna be wonderful. Just you wait. I'll head there now. Can I say anything else to you? Who are you? The illusion of choice. Did you see that? It was the same exact response. Didn't matter which one we picked. I hate that. Don't give me the illusion of choice. If there's one answer, just make it a check through. That's a thing that bothers me a little bit. And if you're going to give choice, make it meaningful, right? Make it meaningful. And as much as like you can criticize like the Mass Effect way of super good, the middle path, which usually also sounded kind of angry, or the super evil path, right? You can give criticism there that they didn't have enough variation, but I will say that's way better than picking the super good choice or the super bad choice and having the same outcome, right? Which, granted, that was not a super good or super evil choice, but at least they have different outcomes. Pow! Yeah, this is definitely... Do you think, like, canonically in lore, our character really falls for this? You have to be...
Yes?
You have to be pretty gullible to just fall for this, right? Excellent work! We expected no less. Did you find both relics? What are you gonna do with them? Now, observe! The souls trapped in the phylactery are scared of us. Scared of the oblivion in the void. See how they strain? Reaching for the symbol of hope? What are you doing? For the final pieces, the void scours that hope from this world. Our bodies will be used as sacrifice so that we may become one. Our answer is, damn it. Yep, they became one and became a void amalgamation. It became a thing that we're gonna blow up. And kapow! That's it. That's not it! There's little guys coming for me. Okay, pick up the shard, look at the gear, garbage, 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 and more garbage. Okay. Okay, we move on. Oh, the fire's just, it's just so good. Everything just dies. It's so good. Okay, where are we headed? Up for something. I wish that I could hover over these and that would tell me. I do see that if we go up, it's for one of the side quests, so I think we go up first. How about if I look here? Up might actually take us, yeah, to Lost Refuge, which is find signs of the Lesser Refuge. I don't know. We'll go that way. We'll see where it takes us. So I showed off on Discord yesterday. I bought the Volume 1 of Grimgar light novel, which is what the anime is based off of, right? So it is the source material, and it goes much further than the anime goes. I am going to destroy that book. What I mean by that is I'm going to read through it super fast. It is, I don't know if it's made specifically for young adult audiences or not, but it does have fairly large text, and it's only 200 and some pages. So I'm probably going to complete it relatively quickly. So I will let you know what I think of it. I've already read like 4 chapters. I've liked it so far. It's been, here's how it feels so far. It feels like, oh yeah, especially because I've just watched the anime. Like, it's very fresh in my mind, and I know the characters, and I'm reading the book, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, these are the same characters, basically. There might be little differences between them, but everything felt right. But it's like, oh yeah, these are all the things that happened in between the scenes that they couldn't put in the anime. There's a lot of little stuff that happens that is kind of fun. And I don't want to give any spoilers, but the final episode, something happens in the final episode that is apparently a diversion from the book. And it makes sense because the final episode is the final episode. They weren't going to do more. And so they kind of ended it. I mean, they ended it in a way that's open, but they kind of ended it as well. And I have a feeling the thing that happens is going to take a lot longer before it happens in that final episode. Again, I don't want to give any spoilers in case anyone has a desire to go watch this thing. But I can't wait. I can't wait. You still pray for a season 2? Here's the thing, right? If it can be shown that there's enough desire for it, it could happen. There is a show that got a season 2 that probably wasn't ever going to get one, called... And I'm not going to think of the name. It was a show that I was like, man, World Trigger. World Trigger. That's what it is. And I was like, man, I really hope this gets another season. And it did, eventually. In fact, I think there's 2 new seasons. Their first run was 70 episodes, though. So they had a really big first run. Their second and third season were much more like normal episode lengths. I have not gotten around to watching it yet, but I know that they're there, and I'm totally going to watch it at some point. Part of the problem, though, it's been a while since I watched the first bit of World Trigger, and there's a part of me that's like, should I rewatch it before I watch the next season? But it's 70 episodes, so I don't know. I haven't fully decided on that yet. It's one of the things that's held me back from fully starting the next season. I probably won't do the rewatch. I did just do the rewatch of season 1 of Shield Hero, though, so I'm totally ready for the next season of that one. The reason for the delay on the continuation of World Trigger is actually the source material has slowed down a lot. Supposedly, there's not enough out for the next season currently. Okay. Makes sense. And if they don't want to, like, do a side anime-only story, that's not a bad thing at all. A lot of filler stuff is usually meh. That's what happened with Black Clover. I don't know if anyone watched Black Clover, but it has ended. And honestly, I don't think they'll probably ever get back to continuing it. But the reason why it ended was because they hit the end of the manga. And it's still going, but they're probably not going to continue. I mean, that was just the first season. The first run was 70 episodes. And Bleach is like 70% filler. Bleach has a lot of filler. It really does. The Bount arc, here's the thing, I have never finished Bleach, and I probably never will. I even like a year ago or more, I was like, you know what? I am going to watch all of Bleach. Because I really liked the beginning of Bleach a lot. Every time I get to the Bount arc, I can't, like, I just lose it. And so, like, part of me, I realize I should probably just skip it. But I can't. You think the continuation of Black Clover is already in the works? Oh, I hadn't heard that. I legit thought that was not going to be a thing. I quite enjoyed Black Clover, but I will say, one thing I dislike about Black Clover is I don't love the screaming, yelling protagonist, which is what Asta is. I don't hate him. I think I like him as a character, and I guess I got past it or got over it. But just the concept in general, I usually don't like those characters too much. So like in Demon Slayer, Zenitsu, I don't like him. I think he's cool, but I think he's super annoying. I feel like Demon Slayer is at its best when it's just the main character, and not the side characters. When they introduced the side characters, I thought that was fun, and I very quickly got over them. You're saying close to death. Half-Life isn't close to death. The Screaming Asta got a lot of complaints and they cut back on it. Well, maybe that's why I was able to finish the show, honestly. I guess I don't know if I felt like they cut down on it, but maybe they did, and I just didn't quite notice. So here's another thing, too, that I noticed with Black Clover. The animation quality of the beginning of the show, very high. The animation quality towards the end of the show, a bit lower. Like, not like trash level, but not as high as it was in the beginning. I don't know if it changed studios or if they just ran out of money and time to make episodes, but it is definitely something I noticed. By the way, I don't know why we're going this way. No, I do. There's a thing up here. There is a movie on Netflix for Black Clover that I haven't watched yet, but it is it takes place towards the end, but not quite the end. So it's kind of a side story, but I'm totally gonna watch it at some point. Totally gonna watch it at some point. Half-Life 3, however, is not close to life. Why do you have to, like, attack our souls, James? Jeez. 300% damage reflection. They'd have to hit me first for that to matter. Valve makes so very much money from Steam that in comparison, the effort and money to put out a video game and the return on the investment doesn't make sense for them to do as a company. And I think that is probably why we're never going to really get a Half-Life 3. I'm surprised they did Alex, honestly. The side note, right, on the Half-Life games is every Half-Life, I say every, like there's been a lot, but each Half-Life game, like, did something amazing with the new technology, right? It was like, oh wow, this is what is capable that other games weren't doing because it was difficult or whatever, it was cutting edge, it was new or something. And it is also very possible that maybe they don't feel like that next thing is available yet, right? And so maybe they only make the game when that next thing is there and they see it and they know they can do it. Which might explain why they did Half-Life Alyx, because to this day it's probably the best VR game that's been made too, right? Probably. Alyx was to promote the VR set that they made? Maybe. I mean, well, yeah, certainly part of it, for sure. But what if it's the other way around? What if they were like, no, we're going to make the best in class VR set because we want to make this game? Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. I'm not in those boardrooms. We have points to spend. I guess I'll look at those real quick. I'm still trying to get here, but we can get some of these things real quick. Let's see. I can't get that one. No. Increased health regen. Increased mana regen. Doubled effects with 50 intelligence. What does that mean? Doubled effects with 50 intelligence. Oh, it doubles the things above it? That must be it. And then it gives me information about haste. A little confused about that. What's this one down here? Rune word cataclysm. That sounds cool. When you critically strike an enemy, you gain rune word cataclysm for 6 seconds, which grants you more damage to enemies on low health. This buff does not stack. We'd have to crit, which I don't think we do very often. But it sounds cool, doesn't it? I feel like it sounds cool. Or I could come back over here and just make it so that we take less damage from ignited, shocked, or chilled enemies. It's a low percentage increase. I like it though. Get Merc in the boardrooms 2024! Make great games great again. I think they are still making great games. I mean, not Valve, but there's a lot of great games coming out. I mean, I do think that hey, there's a like section of the map that's explored somehow. I do think that I have some good ideas for game development, and what I mean by that is like game design. I think I have ideas on what makes a game fun, and I have the ideas on what is technologically feasible, which I feel like mesh well, but I am not looking to go change my whole career, I guess, if you will. Because also, I feel like the position that does that is like a higher up position that is not something you could get right away. So the thing about our gigantic fire explosion that we do from Runic Invocation is it costs a lot of mana. When we're in a large battle, it doesn't matter a whole lot. It just means we can't do it very often. The reason why it doesn't matter a whole lot is because Fireball costs nothing, and Fireball is our big damage dealer. And this Volcanic Orb, by the way, costs 66 mana, which is almost all of our mana. So it's important to note that, like, that's a cool skill, but it's not really out-damaging Fireball. It's just not. But it's again because we put points in Fireball, and this isn't one of our specialized skills. Can I teleport in there, you think? Aha! A large stone table holds an old tome. This record has been established to chronicle the history of Magister Wallace and his exodus to the underground in the face of a creeping dark substance. Turn to page 23. Why 23? The elders of Welrun are fools! Fools! They've spent so long hiding the nature of the shard from the Immortal Empire, yet the second those tyrants are at their weakest, they want to flee into the mountains? Forget this so-called outcast queen. What we need is a lesser refuge. Equals? For some reason I thought we may have seen that. I wager this darkness, this void as we now call it, was born from one of their foul experiments. The fact they die from it now is justice. Now, we wait for the void to dissipate and head back to the surface. Flip to page 202. Yeah, why not read pages 2 through 22? This text appears to be different handwriting. How ironic that my last testament would be written in the Journal of Wallace. The second those mad void worshippers found us, he offered us to them. Funny, because they tore him to pieces all the same. His bones are laying in the back of our city. Under how much of that darkness, only a Terra knows. Turn to the last. Weren't we already on the last page? For decades, we hid here. The Magister insisted we were in no real danger. Only for the Void to sweep in and end us all. We carved homes from the stone. We raised children here. We've lived. Wallace was wrong. This place wasn't a lesser refuge. It was our last refuge. Take the token. 2 passive points. Cool. 2 passives. I mean, we should not forget about this one too, right? Because it's not bad. Priest crit chance does go with this one here too. Let's not forget that. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think I want to put all my points in Rune Master because putting points over in Mage won't increase this bar. This is only, you only do more damage. Oh, no. You do more damage no matter what. If you have more ward, you do a little bit more damage as well. Sure. I might put a point in that. Maybe more. Maybe more. Increased cast speed. That would let us get down to here for intelligence. Ward gain on direct spell cast. I like that too. Transcendence, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna put a point there, and then I'm gonna put a point here. This is probably a terrible idea, splitting up on the path, but we've done it. Chests! Man, we teleported through the wall and skipped chests. What a rude trick they played on us. Okay, so that was the quest. I heard the spiders. I heard them. Hold on. Enemies just keep spawning. Okay. Get out of here. Where do we want to go? We want to go back here. Yeah. Or I could go turn that quest in, right? Let's go turn that quest in. Yeah.
May I tear a smile upon you?
Oh, you found the lesser refuge? Please, tell me everything you saw. Were there survivors? Oh, I see. That is tragedy. But at least with this tome, we will be able to preserve their memory. They didn't want to be called the lesser refuge. Oh, what did they want to be called? The refuge. I see. I will honor their last wish in that case. Goodbye.
Farewell.
You have another quest?
May I tear a smile upon you?
The people of the refuge are honored no matter where their souls are now. I guess not. I'm confused why that's still glowing. Feels like a bug. All the way up here. Can you imagine Rat City being honored? Yeah. Alright, we go down. Hey. Consumed Groll. Those enemies look bigger than I would have expected. There's still, like, some more pathways and whatnot over here. Chest. I could keep going. I'm not going to. I'm going to go back to that portal. Paragon points for not choosing Rat City. Good job, us. We're the good guys. We're back in the ancient era now. Explore the ancient forest. What's the level cap? I don't know. Astro, I think, told us last time and I forgot. For some reason, 75 jumped into my head. Hold on. Is that a dead end? I gotta look. It was not. I don't know. I'm just gonna go this way. What is that thing?
Fools. Fools.
Dark blue item that drops. We'll pick it up. It's lightning blast though. Oh, pierce chance with fireball. Whatever. I can't do anything with this. Oh, the level cap is 100. Okay. Naming cities for animals never works. See, Raccoon City. Good point. Good point. Unless you want the city to be very important. Right? Raccoon City is very important. Since, you know, kind of where everything started. Slayer's broadsword. Really, Slayer's garbage sword. Should we not be concerned that, like, coming to the past and then destroying all these creatures would dramatically change the future? I'm concerned about that. Like, oh boy, we destroyed that weird little creature that evolved into humans. Runes. Nah. Archive robes of regrowth? Eh. Look, we found another one of these weird things. See, now, like, a good part of me is making me feel like we should, like, go back through the whole map and see if there's more of these things that clearly activated as we came close to them. It depends on how this game feels about the concept of a stable time loop. Were we always meant to come to the past and wreck this much? Yeah. Whoa! I'm gonna get out of that. It's a good thing Fireball costs nothing. Okay, what do we got here? Anything? Increased lightning damage, increased spell critical strike chance. That's a big 59% though. Tier 2, it's got a tier 3. Let's grab that one. Garbage. This could be an upgrade. We'd go for, well, we lose spell damage. I don't know. I like that critical strike multiplier on it. I don't like the concept of the stable time loop, right? Yeah, of course you went back in time and did this thing, otherwise it would never have happened. But of course you have to go back in time and do the thing. Because if that's the case, right, then there's no agency for anyone. because anything that was going to happen is going to happen and will have always happened, and there's no anything, right? You know what I mean? I don't like that concept. I like the branching timelines thing, right? So like, here's your timeline, it's a straight line going forward, and then you went from the future back to the past, and it has created an offshoot. So this timeline still exists, and you disappear from it here, but the timeline keeps going, but you disappear because you went back here and forked. I like that one. That's what I like. I feel like that's always more interesting. But you're right. From what Gaspar said, multiple thousands of us have come through, which have most definitely royally messed things up. Yeah. And Astro, yep, that's exactly what I was saying. It depends on if going back to the past changes the timeline you return to, or just changes its own timeline. Yes, that dragon had all of those things in its stomach. Which is weird, because they're like crafted items. Are there people here? Yeah. Who made those things? Why are they dropping? Where's the lore reason? I think you figured it out, James. So the other time-traveling adventurers who got eaten. Yes. Oh, that's it. That's all we do here. Okay, we return to this person. So there's a time travel show on Hulu that I quite enjoyed. It's called Future Man.
Greetings.
With the main character being Josh Hutcherson. It has 3 seasons, and they so set up another season, and it never came to fruition. So like there is that unfortunate part coming in, but what they have is very good. I really liked the show, and it's time travel, and they screw everything up, and it's great. Have we found any more signs of rifts in time? For now, I can undo your past decisions if... Oh, no. Yeah. Tell her about the ancient forest. That is fascinating. I wish I could have been there. It sounds beautiful. 2 idol slots. You know, we did pick up an idol. That should be in our inventory. From your description, it seems like you were sent to a time before civilization, almost like another world entirely. Thank you for telling me of your findings. I will continue my research. Goodbye. Has anyone here played any of the Ni no Kuni games? I have the first one, and I've played it, but I didn't get super far into it. I don't think I got halfway. I really enjoyed what I played of it, so I don't know what happened. I was playing it, having a great time, and then one day I just didn't play it again, and it never came back. And I've thought about that game multiple times, going like, that's a game I'd really like to play again, but it just doesn't happen. Oh, it's $35 at the moment? Oh, this game is $35. Yeah, this game's $35. It's
Do not dwell on
honestly,
regrets.
for being like what it is, I feel like $35 is a very good price for it. I paid way more for Diablo, and I'm having way more fun in this than I did in Diablo. Okay, we got a rune, or idol. It's got dodge rating and void resist on it, but you know what? We have slots now, so we may as well equip it. And I think there's another one in here, right? May as well equip it. Wasting away otherwise. And this says +1 to teleport. I'll hold on to it. We're gonna throw that away. I'm gonna hold on to that one. Freeze rate multiplier. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. +1 to lightning blast. If we were doing lightning, could be cool. Pierce with fireball, and we'll get rid of it. Get rid of that, and This one has more movement speed on it, which is never a bad thing, but I like the intelligence on the other one, so we sell the rest.
Yes.
Sold. Yeah, some more expensive games have less content. It's true. You just bought both Ni no Kuni games for like $16. Only a few hours into the first one at the moment, but you're enjoying it so far. Yes. Yeah. I really liked it too. It's kind of weird though. I feel like the game, before you get to what is, I'm going to say, the core gameplay experience, it takes a while to get there, is what I remember. And I feel like by the time I got there, I had already pumped a lot of hours into the game. That is what I'm feeling now, but it has been many years since I played that. Many years.
Follow your feet.
Follow your feet. No, we're supposed to follow our nose. Right? What about following your heart? That's another option. I will say though that heart doesn't get out too often, so it doesn't really know of any places. And if your heart gets out often, well, may want to see a doctor. What is this? No thank you. Okay, so now that we're like mostly through our day 3 of streaming this, how are we feeling about continuing the game? I'm just interested, right? Are we all quite enjoying this or not? And the reason why I ask is because I feel like with a game like this, we're doing the same thing over and over again, right? We are running through a zone and blowing stuff up, which is fun. But if it becomes monotonous, then I want to make sure we diversify and add some new things in, right?
Fools.
But if we're okay with the fools around us, then I'm okay with it too. Oh no, Bomber, you're leaving! Oh no! Have a good night, man. Falling asleep. You're really enjoying some fools? Okay, that's great. See, it's so funny. The things that... Oh, there's a chest here. Huh. Oh, I can't teleport through. The things that I have, like, just an expectation to be good stream games versus not good stream games isn't always correct, I guess is what you'll say. Like Etrian Odyssey, I probably talked about this, but Etrian Odyssey I felt like was going to be a bad game to stream. But it wasn't, right? I think we had a great time in it, and we're probably going to have one more stream of it still to finish the boss off. But because it didn't have animations and whatnot, and we're kind of grinding in a old school RPG fashion, it felt like maybe that wouldn't be entertaining to watch. But I think we had a pretty good time with it. And this game, or games like it, I have the other side of, yeah, there's animations and stuff, but we're doing the same thing over and over again. Is that enjoyable to watch? And part of me was thinking it probably isn't for a long period of time. But at the same time, there's a lot of people who stream these games and a lot of people watch them, right? So there's something there. There's something to it. But I don't know what that thing is. So I wanted to gauge our satisfaction level. Fire damage, but meh. We move. We move. Level 25. take those shards, thank you very much. Okay, I can see that. I can see that being a thing. Part of your enjoyment... Oh, we're being attacked. Hold on. Part of your enjoyment is that you have paid almost zero attention to the story in your playthrough, so you don't have a solid idea what's actually going on. Okay, we are definitely consuming the story. We're definitely trying to understand what's going on. So I can see that being a thing. And you know what? You wouldn't be alone in that. I am sure there's a lot of people who did not read a single line of text in this game and just wanted to blow stuff up. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I said this before, though. You don't play these games for the story. Like, there is a story, but a lot of times it is not important at all. Melee lightning damage. Whatever, I'll pick it up. It doesn't really matter. By the way, there's a game on our backlog that I talked about quite a long time ago. It's called Outward, okay? And Outward is very much an old school RPG style game, in the sense of like, yep, you're out on your adventure. Basically, anything can kill you. You do start to get strong, but like, you still have to worry about things. You need to like drop your backpack, or you're not gonna be very good in a fight. It's got a really interesting, sort of complex rune magic system that's really cool. I've played it a few times on the PlayStation, and I eventually purchased it again on the computer, and I do think that we'll probably stream it one of these days. Well, finally, I just saw this like 2 days ago, maybe 3. Outward 2 has been announced, and they have a little bit of a trailer, and I am super hyped for it. It does mean, though, that I don't know if we'll play Outward 1 before 2 comes out, or not. And again, we might not even play 2 when it releases. Like, it's not a game that I'm critically waiting for. If it was, I probably would have actually beaten Outward. I've played it a couple different times with different characters and stuff, but I've never actually beaten it. I'll pick that helmet up, we'll look at it later. These guys fighting each other? I think they are. What are these things? Don't know. Some kind of like statues? Undead? Oh, the cultists versus the immortal empire, maybe? Could be. Probably find out. Can I teleport across that? No. There's chests over there. I want to go up. No. So, whenever I see drops like this, there's just so many drops, and you can't take them all and whatnot. I think of old school Dungeon Siege. Old school Dungeon Siege had a spell that you could get on your character. You would just drop stuff on the ground, you'd cast a spell, and everything down there would be transmuted into gold. It was definitely worth more to sell in town, but you couldn't carry everything to town. You found out today you're not going to get a review copy of Dragon's Dogma 2. Well, Dragon's Dogma 2 is out in a week, so feels a little late to get a review copy, but that is also from someone who has no idea how early in advance review copies usually go out. What's going on? Why can't I damage this thing? Oh, because duh, I'm supposed to damage the mage. Oh, that's quite funny. Go after my mages. My other mages. He dead? He's gonna blow up? Or he just left ice behind? Okay. The experimental sash of hope. Plus 45 ward decay threshold. 9 ward gained on potion use. We don't use potions. I mean, I'll pick that up, but we don't do that. Got some... Oh, I already looked at that. You got God of War Ragnarok 3 weeks in advance. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth about 2.5. Okay. Assuming it varies depending on the review embargoes and other factors. Yeah, probably. And there are times where you got a review copy on the day of release. Still a free review copy. It's okay. You want your review of Dragon's Dogma 2? You come here. You come to the Merc Serene channel. We will be reviewing it on release. Live, even. Temple Garb of Evasion. I'm gonna pick it up. I don't think it's an upgrade. I'm gonna pick it up. Shrine of Wealth. Drop gold! I like gold! Darts. I miss all the views and hype for social media hits. Yeah. Yeah. And because so many people are going to be streaming the game, it's going to be a very oversaturated category. I would be shocked, honestly, if anyone new checks out the channel. Right? I feel like as a channel, we do way better with new viewership on old games. I mean, take this game for example, right? It's fairly new, and I don't think we've had a single new viewer. Right, so just an example. It does not really influence the decisions on what I do on the channel, right? This is not my business, right? So we will continue to play the things that we want to play when we want to play them. But it is a consideration sometimes to be like, yeah, I want to play that game, but I'm gonna wait a couple months after it releases, and then we'll play it. Especially if it's not something I'm like dying to play. Like when we played Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, dying to play it, so we played it immediately. Huckleberry Hound got a video game? The Eurojank platformer. So, how old is it? Everything just dies. I want to hit something twice one of these days. It was early to mid 1990s. It was an Amiga release. Oh. Are you gonna try and figure out how you can play that? That guy was just like here and then he just fell over. That was weird. Whatever, I'll pick up that thing. By the way, that loot that we don't want to forget about is still way over there. Probably not. Your tolerance for airplane hangar-sized levels with cheap enemies and tough jumps has shrunk as you've gotten older. I don't blame you. Oh, increased fire damage. Hold on a second. This is probably a legit upgrade. So we get +3 spell lightning damage, which I guess might help our disintegrate that we don't use anymore because like our fireball is outclassing everything, and then we use the big fire explosion. But increased fire damage should really change our fireball. 3267? It makes it worse. It makes it way worse. Hold on, why? We have we have chance to ignite. I missed that little tidbit, if you will. We don't want to lose that chance to ignite. That's where a lot of our damage is coming from. We have the spread on and everything, so. That Void Centipede takes some damage, doesn't it? Okay. And cast speed. Sure. Oh, sure, and cast speed. Let me actually come in here real quick. We have another point to spend. I can either put it on Ignite Chance, or I can put it on Spreading Flames Penetration. This goes through their shields. That's what it is. It's making sure that an enemy that normally wouldn't take fire damage will. I think that could be super important. However, so far I don't think we found an enemy that it matters for. Ignite can actually stack an unlimited number of times. Whoa. Basically, I want to put 1 point here and 1 point there. That's kind of done. More crit chance against ignited enemies, that's not bad. Fire resistance shred chance. Reduce enemy fire resistance, that's kind of cool too. Fireballs now have homing, that's not too bad. Hitting the same enemy with several fireballs triggers a flame burst around them, that's not too bad. Fireball has increased cast speed. I feel like I don't need to cast it a whole lot faster, but Fireball deals more damage. There's just all sorts of good things in this path, right? All sorts of good things. Let's go ignite. No. Let's go penetrate, and then we'll go ignite, and we'll figure out the rest later. And I have so many other points to spend. It's not even worth it to look right now, because guess what? We don't need the extra damage. We just don't. You know what? You hate sewer levels. No one likes them. You don't get why devs still make them. Why don't you like them? Are they really any different than other levels? I don't have a strong opinion on sewer levels. I feel like they're just a thing. They're boring aesthetic-wise, and enemies are usually annoying. The enemies usually have poison, that's for sure. Okay, hold on, what's that? Nope. Shards, yes please. Nope. Check down. Blow up. I'm not even looking at all the drops. Most of them don't matter. I thought those guys needed extra explosion. They didn't. Pick up the shards. Turn around. Go down. We're going over towards that chest. That looked like a fairly big thing. Void fused earth. Dead fused earth. Chests. There's 3 of them here. Rune of Discovery. Ooh. Hold on. There's an idol right there. Pre-stun. What? Why is... Okay, hold on. So this thing, by the way, has a bolded name. I'm gonna pick that up because of that. What is this thing that has, like, a unreadable name? I'm gonna pick that up, too. I feel like if the loot filter is doing something weird and unique with it, I should probably pick it up to look at later. Freeze rate multiplier. Another idol, we're taking that. And that's it. I do think that if you have, like, some kind of city adventure as part of the levels and stuff for your game, that, unfortunately, there aren't a lot of different environments that you can really throw in the mix. And sewer is one of them, right? That's why it gets used a lot. It's like, oh yeah, we have generic city street area where you wouldn't expect monsters unless the place is being overrun for various reasons. Or you have city, and then the underbelly of the city, which is then your sewer. Because what else would be down there? And that's where all the seedy stuff happens. That's where the monsters reside. Like, I see why they do it, right? Hey, that was a little bit of homing. We just blow everything to bits. Silver Grail of Embers. Garbage. The Temple of Atera, we have found it! I feel like Void is often cast in purple because the Void is really black, but how do you display true black? You don't, because there's no definition. So you make something very dark, and purple goes very well with that color palette, right? To give definition to something otherwise definitionless. So I feel like it's a very common colorization scheme for it, right?
So many years spent researching and theorizing what may lie within these walls. And all I find is ruin.
Haven't seen any tentacle enemies yet. So, maybe? But maybe not.
This place has seen such sorrow.
Who said that? Do we have a marker? Oh yes, it's up that direction. Okay. Was that an invisible enemy that we just blew up? I felt like they popped in and out. Kinda felt like a weird visual bug. Let's see, there's a down path too that's probably not the right way, so we'll take it! Alright, some of these enemies are a little bit beefier than we were seeing in the last level. That's fun. I mean, not a lot beefier, but a little bit beefier. There is no difficulty to select. Oh, you know what the thing we saw blinking in were spiders that were technically not on the ground. It's kind of doing it here, too. Yes, I did ask that, like, if there was a difficulty setting that I missed. The answer is no. The answer was no. There is a single difficulty for where you are, and we've been crushing through stuff. But the other thing, too, is we got really lucky. We decided to go with a fire build, and then this thing dropped. And it's a legendary, right? Which has really impacted just our damage. And so I think a lot of the difficulty has been mitigated by our drop. And it's not just one drop. You know, we've been getting some other things now that have also modified things. That was really the catalyst, if you will. Yep, in Diablo, your difficulty changes multipliers for all sorts of things, right? Such as drop rate. They didn't do that. Now, there's endgame stuff, right? And in the endgame stuff... Ooh, look at that. In the endgame stuff, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there is some kind of... here's the thing. As they're saying, in post-game, the monoliths, there's maybe infinite scaling difficulty systems similar to the Greater Rifts in D3. Let's see, body armor, the Kestrel. We'll actually peek at it here in just a second. Just anything else we want to pick up? No. No. Okay. Plus 20 armor, so it's lower armor, but it has dodge rating, movement speed, chance to gain haste, plus 25% effective haste, and dexterity. This is definitely a different character's body piece. You know what? I was gonna say I'll equip it for a second to see what it looks like, but I don't know if they bind items to you. So I'm just not going to. That feels like the safest bet. Nothing that way. Gimme instincts. You were around for Monster Hunter. If you were a luck charm, we would have got all the drops we wanted in Monster Hunter. We didn't get any of the drops we wanted in Monster Hunter. Kerpow! 4 intelligence? No, we have 4 on our current one. Don't want it. I don't want it. No, thank you. Sounds like something for an assassin melee class. Yes, it does. Or maybe even the assassin ranged class, which is marksman. Probably works for that too. Our spreading and burning whatever stuff is just great. Everything just explodes around us, and it dies. I do also think that if we were playing just a different class, or if I didn't go with this interesting fire spread burning stuff, that we would see a very different sort of gameplay, where we don't just blow everything up. I kind of think we got a little lucky. Take those. I'll take that. Scepter of Stone? Meh. Fireball. Mortician's Crypt! How am I liking it? You've been thinking of picking up. Well, I'll give you my thoughts on it real quick. So far, the game has been fairly easy for me, right? That may be because we decided to go in a fire route and then I got a legendary drop for fire. So stuff has been just dying left and right, exploding, fire, burning, all that kind of stuff. It is fun to do that though. I do wish that there was a little bit more difficulty, but I think that will come further into endgame. I'm also not playing hardcore. I don't know if difficulty is different on hardcore, but let me tell you, there are some systems and things in this that I really have enjoyed so far. And comparing to like Diablo 4, I'm having a much better time in this game than I did in Diablo 4. And I did put a decent amount of hours in Diablo 4. But every moment I was playing Diablo 4, I just kept feeling like I could be playing Diablo 3, which I thought was a better game. That was the unfortunate reality of that one. This is the spell system, or sorry, your skill system for the game, okay? you start off as a class. So I started off as a mage. So I had these abilities, okay? And then you get passive trees, and you put points in your passive points, and you can unlock more things for mage. And then you get a specialization, and we went Rune Master, which has even more passives. On the top, you pick specializations, and by the way, I've got a lot of points to spend. I'm not doing it. We're basically just going all fireball at the moment. But each of these different skills has the ability to have its own skill tree, which you can go down any routes you want and spend your points in different ways. Really cool, all right? It really means I can build a mage and you can build a mage and we can feel totally different, which wasn't a thing that I really thought was possible in Diablo. Yes, you could be like, I'm a lightning mage or I'm a fire mage, but every lightning mage was almost the same and every fire mage was almost the same. Whereas in this game, every fire mage can be totally different, honestly, by which spells you pick for your specializations and how you build them. So I really like that. And then let me quickly show you the passives tree. So here's the mage tree that unlock different things. And then you get to put points in the other skill trees as well. So we went Rune Master, so we can max this one out, whatever maxing out means. But we can also put passives in the other ones. So we didn't go Sorcerer for our mastery, but it looks like we can take points all the way up to the midpoint. So you can still build some of these passives in from a different class into your current build. So I think there's going to be a lot of different customization in this game, but not in the way that Path of Exile does it, where it's, I'm going to say Path of Exile's build is really convoluted and complex, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's really difficult for a new player, whereas this one I think is way easier for a new player. And then when it comes down to it, the game's $35, so it's not a huge loss either compared to like what was Diablo for $70? Do you play a lot of other games like this, Mortician's Crypt? Like the Diablos or the Torchlights or anything like that?
Fools.
Also, my guy says fools a lot, and I love it. Oh, Astro, you also think Spreading Flames in general is probably much stronger early game than late game. I hope it doesn't get weaker. You've been looking for a new game to play. You used to play Path of Exile all of the Diablos, Titan Quest, Grim Dawn, all of those things. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know, check it out a little bit, see if the things look interesting and cool to you, and then make that choice. I will say, I do not regret my purchase. I think it's been good so far, and whatnot. Now, I'm only in the beginning, if you will. I haven't hit end game, and that's where these games really shine. Is what does the game look like once you're grinding towards max level, or once you are max level and you're like grinding gear? That's when these games shine, and I don't know what that looks like yet. But what I will tell you is Astro in chat has multiple characters, and so that might tell you something, that it's fun to play multiple characters, different play styles, and kind of get there. And Astro was telling me as well that they introduce mechanics for your main character to give keys and things to your alt that open up side paths that let you skip story. So you can sort of just like grind fast or quickly or whatever to get to endgame. Which is a nice, cool concept. Like, you have to play like the very initial sort of thing, but then once you finish that, you're like free to like skip stuff. Astro says, as a lover of Diablo-likes, Last Epoch is probably their favorite Diablo-like since Diablo 2. And you weren't a big fan, Mortician's Crypt, of D3 or 4. I will say, I actually really enjoyed D3, but not at launch. But I will also tell you that I didn't play a whole lot of Diablo 2 before 3. I played a good chunk of 2 after I had played 3 a lot. So there's probably just a little bit of that too, that it was my, I'm gonna say my first Diablo, if you will. But I've played other games like it as well. And I know, like in Diablo 3, I know a lot of people actually don't like the sets, the armor sets, because that sort of influences certain build styles. I really like those armor sets. I don't know. I felt like that was the thing that was for me. Also, by the way, I am like way the wrong direction here. We need to be way over here on the map. Behind my head almost. Behind my head almost. But yeah, I played Diablo 4 in their open beta or whatever, and then on release. And I don't think Diablo 4 is a bad game, right? I don't think that's the right classification. But when I played it, okay, I feel like they tried to lean into this MMO aspect, which doesn't make sense. It didn't really do anything for me. I didn't care for that. The open world was interesting. I don't know how much I haven't really thought too much about whether or not I thought the open world was really interesting or not, but some of the issues I had was I played my main character in that game was a sorcerer, and my friend that I was playing with on Diablo 4 was playing a druid. And the druid character is meant to do, I mean, like, clearly they didn't implement it this way, but is meant to be more tanky and not more damage heavy. Not that they can't do damage, but they're supposed to be able to eat a lot of it. And of course there's going to be damage builds for them as well. But my sorcerer character, I went full out glass cannon. So not tanky in the slightest. Every point I had possible into damage, and the druid out-damaged me easily, like 1 to 4. 4 times more. 4 times more damage. Easily. Every single time, anytime, anywhere, doesn't matter what the enemy was. Which was very disheartening. So then I eventually made, I mean, after max level and all that kind of stuff, I eventually made the rogue character, whatever they called it, and I was way stronger on that character than I was on the sorcerer, and I don't know, I probably got like halfway through on that character. I think I tried the necromancer as well. I kind of didn't like the necromancer playstyle, and then I was done with the game. It had nothing else for me, and I never went back. I haven't played it in a single season since then, and I hear Season 1, a lot of people disliked a lot of things. In Season 2, they've made some things better, but it hasn't been enough to make me want to go back. So we haven't. We haven't gone back. Oh, also, this game has a really neat, unique system for loot filters. Like, natively built in to be able to specify things and drag things up and down on priority and all of that, and the ability for someone to post their loot filter online, and you can just copy and paste it and put it in yours. Done. That's what we did. We've got a loot filter on that's a basic mage filter for now. I should probably look at other ones, but I haven't needed to yet. In fact, I'll show you real quick, right? So in settings, you just come down, and here, this is what we're using right now. Manage my loot filter. So this is the casual loot filter for mage leveling plus early endgame. And we copy and pasted this from a paste bin, just from online. And here's all the different things. And some things are turned off, but we'll be able to turn them on when or if we want them. We can like drag and reorder things. We can, I don't know, there's just all sorts of things that you can do built in game, and then you can export the filter for someone else to use. So, pretty cool stuff. I feel like games with this much loot need to have, they need to have that anymore. Whoa! Tried to get me after death. I think we've gone the wrong way, everyone. Freezing, no thank you. There is one thing that I haven't enjoyed so far in the maps, right? And the thing I haven't enjoyed, and I don't know why, I think it's just more of like a general, I don't like this in games when they do it ever, is enemies respawn. Like a lot. I like to be able to clear an area and then run back through and know that everything's gonna stay dead, but they all respawn. And actually, a lot of people probably think that's an upside. They probably think that's a good thing. Because I could, if I wanted to, just run back and forth in the zone and keep farming without needing to zone out and back in to reload it or anything like that. So I can easily see the other side of that one. Will bosses respawn? I don't know. And when you say bosses, right? I assume story bosses? No. But will just like random bosses respawn? They might. I'm not sure. Oh, and Astro says he thinks that respawning is an online only thing. So this game has an offline only mode as well, and I almost did it, but then I was like, yeah, let's do online. And we've definitely seen some differences from what is expected on my game versus like Astro's game. So it might be a thing. If you don't have any intention to ever play with anyone, it might be worth it to just do offline. But I will say, I haven't had any server issues, right? I've never been kicked once, I've never been booted. I've never really seen like weird lag spikes and rubber banding. So the servers are fine. Nope. He did a gigantic loop. Gigantic loop. I know, I'm just leaving all sorts of gold on the ground behind me. Oh, this game has a weird, like, mana system. So, if you'll notice, by the way, my fireball is free. Costs nothing to cast, so that's good, because what'll happen with this character, I've got runic invocation, and when I use different elements, I get these things, which are like glyphs that build up, okay? And the different, if you stack glyphs in different ways, you get different effects. So let me show you. I'm going to cast this one, and it's going to use most of my mana, 56 mana, and then I'm going to cast another one that's going to cost 66. Watch what happens to it. Cast, now I'm in the negative. I can't cast another spell that costs mana because I'm in the negative, but it let me cast the big spell to go into the negative. However, because Fireball is free, I can cast it when I'm in the negative. Pick it up. Hey, thanks for that. Yeah, if you're at all intending to check me out on other days, okay? My typical, every week, we stream basically every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this time. 6:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. time till about 10:30. So this is about where we end, although Fridays, we usually go a bit longer on Fridays, depending on what we're doing. And then, on occasion, we do like a Saturday and stuff too. So, I'm totally going the wrong way. We need to come all the way back here and go up. So funny, we went the whole zone when I could have just went forward. We have a Discord. We have a Discord, which I can quickly just do Discord and chat here. If you're at all interested in joining, we do chat there between streams, before streams, after streams, all that kind of stuff. And there is a game backlog that's linked there too, that lists the games we have played or will play, and that kind of stuff. And I gotta tell you, the big game that I'm looking forward to is Dragon's Dogma 2 next Friday. We're playing it next Friday. We'll be here. We'll be playing it. It's gonna be cool. Okay, we definitely should have come down here first, because now it's like, go all the way over here and go all the way over there. Kapow! Alright, let's see how far we have to go before we start seeing enemies respawn. I'm just kind of interested in that now, as a concept. Are you excited for Path of Exile 2? Because I am. I think it's going to be really cool. The stuff that I've seen on it so far has been pretty neat. One of the things, so like this game apparently works really well with a controller. I'm playing mouse and keyboard, but I will tell you that being able to use a keyboard, or sorry, being able to use a controller is an interesting like concept for a game like this, because I've never played a game like this with a controller. But I did see that Path of Exile 2, they have baked in controller support as well, like very well, to the fact that they created a new class. Don't remember what it's called, but it's basically a gunner character, and they were like, you know what would feel really good? Twin stick shooting. And so then they decided, you know what? Every class could use twin stick shooting, in a sense. And so now it makes me feel like I would like to try playing a mage, throwing fireballs, twin stick shooting style on a controller. That would be neat. I don't know if I would still play a game like this on a controller as like my solo form, but you know, it sounds pretty cool. There's two games that you're more excited for, GTA 6 and Dune Awakening. Ah, okay, so GTA, man, I played the crap out of Vice City. A lot. I played it a lot. And then that was my first GTA game as well. And then I played 3, but only a little bit because I didn't actually own that one. But then I got San Andreas, and I played San Andreas a lot, but nowhere near as much as Vice City. Keep that in mind. And then I played 4, but nowhere near as much as Vice City. And I never beat 4. And I've realized now that I have experienced everything I want from Grand Theft Auto from Vice City already. So I never bought 5. I don't know if I'm gonna buy 6. I don't know. It's not that I think they're bad games. I don't. It's just like I've already done it. Red Dead Redemption, on the other hand, right? Same company, Rockstar. Amazing games. Played both of those. Dune Awakening, the MMO, right? I will almost certainly be checking that out. Have you read the book Dune? Have you read the book? Because I gotta tell you, when I read the book, I thought to myself, this is the technically best book I've ever read. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite book. There's a difference. I thought the writing, the way that everything was composed, the pacing, descriptions and explanations and everything was perfect. The words used, I thought everything was perfect. And I really enjoyed it. I don't know if I would say it was my favorite book of all time, but I think it was the best book I've technically read. You want a remaster of the OG Dune RTS game? I never played that one. Anyways, I highly recommend the book if you're at all into sci-fi books. It's very good. If not, watch the movies, because they get it there too. The first part 1 of the new Dune movie was a fairly close version of the book, honestly. There were definitely pacing issues because it's a movie and you can't take a long time in certain settings or whatever. And there were a few things that were sort of left off that I imagine come back in the new one. I would really like to go see the new one. Haven't gotten there yet. In fact, it's so weird, I haven't really heard anyone who has seen it and whether or not they thought it was good or bad. But I think it came out on the 1st, right? Like 15 days ago? Or 14 days ago? And by the way, this word is called Epic, or it's pronounced Epic, but the game pronounces it Epoch. The shards of the Epoch are calling you to the statue, but nothing is here. I'll put trust in the shards. We've found a portal to the ancient temple. Oh, by the way, if you weren't already aware, this game deals in time travel, and we go between different time periods, and it's kind of neat, but I don't know how much, like, freedom you have in the sense of doing something in one era that changes something in another era, other than story stuff. So it's kind of neat. Like, we've explored an area in one time period, and then went back in time and explored it in a different one, and then found a portal on the other side where we couldn't get to before, and then it took us back to the previous time period. All right, it's kind of neat concept-y stuff, and the different time periods all have different style of enemies in them, which is fun. So we just went to the ancient temple. We oh, that wasn't. Hold up, what just happened? I thought that was going to be a time rift portal. It doesn't appear to have been. We are still in the ruined era, 1290 AG. Oh. We came here, and when we came here, these giant crystal things activated, and then we're going to leave. We found some of these all the way back in the ancient era, in the ancient forest, and I don't think I activated them all, because we didn't do a full exploration of that map. That might be important. We might have to go back there. Although, even though it didn't say that we changed our era, I think we did. It was definitely the same spot with those crystals. Probably. Kind of like Chrono Trigger. It's kind of like Chrono Trigger, yeah. I would say you were not the first or the last person who will make that sort of comment. For valid reason. Because it's kind of like it. Anything that says conflagration, we gotta check it out. Not worth it. The game has an interesting forging mechanic. I haven't dealt with it too much yet. Let me show you this, though, real quick. So we have, by the way, first off, all of your crafting materials, you hit that button and they just go into your crafting materials box. So they don't take up inventory forever, which is great. But you can take an item, like this one, and I can throw it over here. And if we look at it, it has a prefix of 3 melee lightning damage, and it has 2 suffixes. One of chance to ignite on hit, and minion melee damage and spell damage, right? Those are 2 different suffixes. We can come here, and we can use a rune of shattering to break these things off. It's not guaranteed that you get them all, but you'll break them off. When you break them off, how do I get rid of this thing? Again, I haven't done this a whole lot, so probably gonna hit the wrong button. I would just like to remove. Like, right-click? No. I don't know. But you can then put a weapon in here and take those shards that you had broken off, right? So, like, you can see down here we have available to be applied, like melee fire damage. You can then apply them onto your weapon. You can, like, constantly scale your weapon further and further by breaking down other ones with these runes of shattering, which is kind of cool. And there's other runes that do other things too, like remove a random affix or re-roll the value of all affixes. Things get a little different when you look at legendaries. Actually, let's look at like this one here. I think though we can add an affix onto this one because it doesn't actually have a prefix or a suffix on it. It just has stuff. I haven't wanted to ruin that weapon because it's very good, but that's something that we're going to be exploring more and more once we get towards the end game. And there's also a nice sort button. Astro, you believe that spot was technically still on the same map, hence the lack of a loading zone, but it's why it didn't change the name on the top right. I see. That makes a lot of sense, right? Put it on the same map, don't have to worry about a loading screen. However, it doesn't update the thing on the top, but it was technically on a different time zone. I say time zone, but I really mean time period. Hold on. Oh, now I have to go all the way back, so I'm going the wrong way. Get out of here. So yeah, I guess to put a cap on the conversation of How am I liking this game? I'm liking it quite a bit, but I don't have insight into the end game yet, which is a big part of these games. But it has a lot of cool and interesting mechanics that I am down for. So that's about it. It says con flag, chance to ignite. Nah, nothing else good on it though. What do I do? Click it? Yes. Enter the Sanctum Bastille. Sure. We'll do that. Search the Sanctum Bastille for the last shard of the Epoch, which means we're probably getting close to a boss fight. Finally, after so long, the random voice said. Etra, is that you? Are they talking to us? Hold on a second. One of the things that I keep saying is, who is our character? Why are they here? They haven't given us a background. One of the core gods of this universe, or whatever, has gone missing? Is that us? Are we that god? If that's the case, I will tell you I didn't see that coming. If that turns out to be the case. Ooh, an idol. An idol, I want that. We're gonna take a quick look and see what that idol actually is. So idols are a cool, like, additional thing that you can throw on your character over here. They just give you stat bonuses. Increase stun duration. Yeah, it doesn't matter. What's this one? Another increased stun duration, or stun chance. And with this one here, ward retention. That's really good, and actually we can slot that in no problem. Cool. Have you returned? I don't know. Have we? What do we got? I'm gonna pick that up and look at it later. I thought a little boss thing was gonna spawn there, but it died in one hit. Probably not. Die. Okay, nothing good there. We keep moving. Shard, yes please. Ring, no. Oh. We're getting so many drops that have minion damage on them. Kinda makes me feel like like the game is telling us you should have played a minion class. The end of Ruin.
Etra is dead. Orbis is free.
Here's the boss! Emperor's Remains. Omen's Eye. Whoa, don't want to stand in that thing. Yeah, you gotta be a little careful about the mana, right? Because if I use it all with the big spell, then I can't teleport. Alright, there's one of the shards. Anything on this? Didn't really drop anything worth anything. Let's click it. The 2 shards in your possession resonate with power. If you bought this game, you'd be playing minion class. It has one. It has a few, actually. So you can go the rogue tier. You can go the rogue class and then specialize into falconer, which is a bow using class that has a hawk, which is kind of cool. There is then a barbarian class you can go that specializes into beastmaster, which was a consideration for me. Pretty good one. I don't know how it plays. I've got no idea, but it did look like you get the ability to have some kind of animal companion, right? And then there is, of course, a necromancer specialization as well on the other mage class, which is all, like, I'm interested. All of those classes I just listed, I am interested in. So one day we might check them all out. I don't know. I am still thinking that, like, if we do create a new character, I'm probably going to try hardcore and we'll see how far we go. I don't know what class I'd pick, though. Not yet. The last shard lies ahead. Taking it will reform the Epoch. Reach out to the shard.
After eons alone, 3 again become 1. On the precipice of a broken world, there is hope. The Epoch is reforged. As the traveler left, their real journey began.
As the traveler left, their real journey began. They just finished the extended tutorial, probably. Okay. Go talk to whoever we need to talk to. I'm guessing, yeah, they're up top. I have so many skill points to spend. I know. I know. It hasn't been necessary. It hasn't been a top priority, if you will. Alright, here we go.
I believe we have identified when the void began to sweep over the world.
Have you now?
Who is likely responsible? The year 1005 in the Imperial era. Many travelers have come and gone before you. The information gleaned from their adventures makes many things possible.
What do I need to do?
Centuries before the world was ruined, it faced a different threat. The Immortal Empire. They were once human, but their dark magic twisted them into a vile mockery of life. These undead fiends hunted the living at the whim of the Immortal Emperor. We believe that it was his greed for power that unleashed the void upon the world. Stopping him is our best chance at changing fate.
You enjoy the music of this area more than you should? I mean, the music here, it's got this, like, somber... So, I mean, we're at the end of time, right? This is the end of everything. There's no bright future ahead for anything here. So it's got this sort of melancholy... Everything is as it is, and that's all there will be for it, you know? And it's kind of cool. How can I get there?
The Epoch will guide your way. It knows the weavings of fate far better than any of us. Seek out the outcast queen, leader of the living rebels, and show her the Epoch. The rest will be up to you.
The outcast queen, you say? I am ready. get our gold and stuff. We're not actually ready to go to the Imperial era just yet. I'm probably gonna want to like do some inventory management things, and we should really spend all of our skill points. And you know what? I'm even like, I'm sort of at the contemplation point of do we want to remove teleport as one of our specializations? We use it, and the mimics that it spawns aren't bad, right? The shadows, they're okay. But Runic Invocation absolutely had somewhere. This one, right? Whenever you directly cast Invocation, you blink to the target location first, which kind of makes me feel like we could use this as our teleport. So I don't know. It's like some things I want to contemplate. I really need to like go through and look at this whole tree to kind of understand where I want to build towards. Because this is our mastery, right? This is the thing that's going to be way more important than a random skill, I think. And we have a lot of points to spend. A lot of points. But, unfortunately, this is our ending point for the night. We've definitely gone beyond our normal stream time. So here we are, last epic, last epoch, if you will. We will be streaming again on Monday. Thanks for the links, James. We'll be streaming again on Monday, and it's probably going to be this some more. There is a good chance, though, that we may do Etrian Odyssey on Monday or Wednesday to see if we can beat that final boss on one final stream before Dragon's Dogma 2. And let's not forget, Rise of the Ronin also releases on that Friday, and we may be doing a back and forth stream of it. I still haven't fully decided on that yet. However, if we do Rise of the Ronin and Dragon's Dogma both on stream, I'm going to say prepare for a few extra streams, right? We'll probably do a few Tuesdays and Thursdays and maybe some more on weekends. So it'll be a thing. Well, I'll keep you updated in the Discord for what's coming your way. Anyways, Mortician's Crypt, I hope to see you again. It was nice having you here. But this is where we part for now. Everyone have a good night. Merc Serene signing off. Have a good night, James. Have a good night, Astro. And let's not forget, thank you so much, Gaming Instincts, for your subscription.